Good morning. Okay, let's do that. All right, and it is early here. Cats have been fed. The cats are up, and so am I. And it is launch day for Last Caretaker, a cozy survival game. Well, not cozy, because, pink slime lands in your hair and tries to eat you. But I like it. I find it cozy. I've been playing the demo for the past couple weeks ever since Next Fest and really enjoying it. Let's go ahead and click over. It's not sending the sound through at the moment, I believe, which is fine because the soundtrack at this part is pretty loud. So this did pick up that I had the demo saved, but it won't let me access the file because they're the wrong type. So we're going to click through to new game and get started. All right. It's interesting. Usually it gives you 2 or 3. I wonder if there's a way to. This is what you get if you do continue. There's no. So it's like it's taken 6 of the 8 slots. I guess I wanted to delete a backup slot. Delete a backup slot. I'm going to go ahead and free those up. I played a completionist run where I tried to clear out literally everything in the starting area. And then I played a sort of minimalist run. So that's been grayed out. That's fine. It did remember all of my options for sound and graphics, which I appreciated. And we're going to get started. And, all right. Let's see. Opening run. Right. Oh, I was on keyboard. I'm going to go ahead and switch over to controller. I find it easier to move and target in the controller. So, your robot has just been woken from sleep. This is your little robot room. There are things to pick up. All of the stuff, all of the stuff on the desk here, for example, even the desk itself in the chair, can be broken down once we get the right tool, but we don't have it yet. The lights don't work because there's no power. And then right trigger to grab,
It's
open
dark
that.
and quiet now, but it doesn't have to stay that way. Reconnect the power. Bring this place back to life.
Right. That is our little voice in our head telling us what to do. And these are things you can pick up and break down, but again, not yet. Anything with tech in it is usually good to break down if you can. It has lots of valuable stuff. Coming here, we have 2, the little round things are batteries. It's telling me to turn the flashlight on and off. No, I mean that. The blue coiled things are cables. You're going to need those in a minute. Alas, poor robot friend. You can pick things up. It's hard to see them once you do, though. So there's some things that are very easy to pick up and move around. Other things, the floppiness of the physics is kind of. Well, he still looks at. All right, so the third door over here cannot be opened because there's no handle on the outside. We have to turn the power on. And hold down the D-pad, the down arrow on the D-pad to turn the light off because it pulls the battery. And so what we're going to do is point at the blue circle, connect. This is extending the cable we just picked up. We're going to just match it up. Now that is sending power from that battery back there to this device.
Good work, Caretaker. Every restored connection brings us closer to reclaiming our home. We've lingered here long enough, Caretaker. Head to the docking hangar. There's something important there, waiting to show us our path.
If she wants us to leave, that's that door in front of me on the other side there. This is the third door that we couldn't get into. You can see it can be opened now. When you come into any of these rooms and hit the button, the lights come on, the voice comes on. What we're after is the dinosaur here. Mommy. All right. Hello, robot friend. All right. So part of what's going on here is that this battery is not connected to anything else. So if it runs down, then that's it, lights out. You don't need to jump over the wires. You can just pass right through them. You can, I can, the robot can. Things that I am carrying will get caught on the wires. So we're going to come over here. We're going to pass another little robot friend who got lost on the way. And then go ahead and turn on the lights in here. The voice will come on to tell us about saving.
Begin by tending to your own systems. Vitality first. The ferrofluid in your frame is not ordinary coolant. It was designed as a living system, adapted in
Another teddy bear to take. They will reportedly be important later on. All right.
Let the resonances stabilize. The pulse will restore your movements. Memory station. Sync your state. Record your cycle. Secure the record of your work. Seeds grown,
Okay.
pods maintained, power restored. All must be stored. Caretaker shutdowns are expected. Power loss, damage, accidents.
This is the green bar is your vitality. Oop, at least that. Go away. Yep.
Vitality keeps you in motion. Memory keeps you continuous.
Okay, this is new. If you pull Y, you do a quick backup. So backup completed. If I grab the cable and plug it in, it tells me that it is quick backing up. All right, it's backed up to probably if I back up to slot 2, it will quick back up to whatever slot is active. I'm going to go ahead and back out of that because I'm fine with that. Okay. Come over here, open this door. You can open that one manually as well. He's very nice, but I've heard him for quite some time now. Everything has weight, so heavy objects will be harder to move than light ones. These boxes tend to range in weight, and they can be very heavy. So that one is, I'm not able to lift it. This is reasonably heavy, but if I put it down wrong, it's going to roll around. There we go. I don't usually bother with that thing too much. So all we really got to do is get out, turn on the lights in here if you want. And here, there's another battery. I access the menu, right? Menu, yeah, yes. I'm going to add to the glow stick to my holster. And I'm going to actually also add the batteries to my holster. Now, battery away. The difference between the, use you as an abject example, the difference between holding the D-pad down to turn on the light, turn it off, If I tap the down D-pad, I pull out the glow stick. And that was something I had to get used to. Some things you hold and some things you tap. This ladder goes all the way up to the top, but we're going to go ahead now that we have power and use the elevator. In general, X is your interaction button, but you want to pay attention to the menu. I'm still moving if the lights are off. Pay attention to the contextual message. The other action button is right trigger. This one is telling me I can throw the glow stick at things. You would say, why would you need to throw a glow stick at things? Well, I don't know if it would do any damage, but that little blue blob there, we're going to have to do something about that. So I wish you could, if you're holding something else, you could throw that. All right, it's telling me to use melee on the blob. This left button. And so we're going to get close enough and you're going to waka waka. And the blue ones spout those little, they're called sweethearts. They're little robots trying to get the rest of that. There we go. You want to make sure that those are, anywhere you find those, you make sure they're all gone because otherwise it will respawn. Lovely thing, isn't it? All right. Back. I'm being weird about my light switching. So the first time I went through this, I did a completion run to try and just get everything. Robot friend. Break down everything, fully load up the boat before it left. It took a while. You may not do that
There
this
she
time.
is, your vessel. More than just metal and circuits, it's your freedom. This boat is how you'll reclaim the seas, and perhaps even your identity. The dock systems are offline. Without them, we're trapped here. Restore the power, Caretaker, so we can sail again.
And she wants us to turn the power on in the dock. This is a larger battery. We could recharge ourselves fully on it, but I have plans for it. I've reached level 2. Right. Now, this is the menu. It's actually a fairly intuitive system. You don't just have to spend years in the menu. We're going to get this electrical engine. We're going to need that one later on. We're going to get this dismantle tool, the electrical cable, and the electrical cable extender. The fuel cable will come in handy later, but we don't need it immediately. Off to the side here, pardon me, off to the side here on my screen is a solar panel. We don't need it right now, but it is there. And underneath it is a wind turbine that we'll also need later on. Okay, water break. I'm not sure. I think it has to do with the resolution setting. Anyways, these two, the dismantle tool and the cylinder engine, the electric engine, are free. The others, you're spending skill points as you go. So I tend to have at least a bank of a couple. So I get whatever comes next if I have to. Next up, enhancements. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you get enhancement points on each level. I am not certain how many you get. If it's always 10 points. So these all give you just minor buffs. If I ever have any left, I tend to put them in the battery. And power management, because that's like your stamina is your battery power. So I try to up that. Other people I've seen really like increasing the hull mastery, which means you can carry more stuff, or increasing hydraulics, which means you can lift those heavy boxes easier. So the dismantle tool, turn on the light. I'm going to access our tool menu. So we have our torch. We can turn it on. We can turn it off. We have the dismantle tool and the repair tool, and we'll come to that. The dismantle tool Goodbye, robot friend. Sorry. When you dismantle things, you get scraps, and the scraps are useful. Downside of the dismantle tool is that it sucks up battery, which is why I like the ghost. Except when you have to carry things. You have to carry something and see where you're going, use the torch. If you want to see where you're going without sucking down your battery, use the glow sticks. And the beginning area here, and I think some of the later areas as well, if there's a glow stick on the ground, that is the game telling you, go this way. I'm going to loot a few more elements. Check over here. Yeah, there's a cable. Okay. Now we come to a gap and we get to learn about jumping. A button jumps. You actually can jump pretty far, but you have to time it right. All right. Now, I am 50-50 on getting that robot out of there, and I'm low on juice, so we're going to leave the robot where it is for the moment. This is your boat. You can dismantle things and recycle things where they are, or you can chuck them onto the boat. I like trying to jump in. I have a hard time aiming when anything's in my hand. All right, very carefully at the top of the here, there's 3 more batteries. You can always come back to them later. So one thing that is, I think is going to be unique about this game based on compared to some others I've played is that things don't respawn. So once you have them, that's it. Well, I'm assuming it's unique. I'm used to playing games where you just, wait out the day-night cycle and it gives you more treats. But this is obviously built along different lines. There's a bunch of stuff we can do down there. What we're going to do is bring in our power back first. All right. So another glow stick. I'm going to grab these doors and open them. You have to move the robot when you do that. Don't just move the camera. That just turns the head. It doesn't actually exert force in any particular direction. All right. Here. In your later. Here's another glow stick. It's telling us we want to get into this room, but we can't because the door has no power. Well, here's another glow stick. It's also a box, which suggests that we're meant to climb on it. Jump up. Oh, there's a whole bunch of glow sticks. I belong to the generation that thinks glow sticks are just really fun. So anyway, I really like glow sticks. We have robot friend. I'm going to use for the moment. Turn this corner and drop the vent. You are inside that room. Head in. Go back for our robot friend. Get back out of here. There is fall damage, but not in that distance. So, all right. So I'm going to work my way around here. Pick up everything. This you need to repair. That in a minute. Pick up that. This is a shortcut ladder. Don't jump. I sometimes get my X and my Y buttons, X and my A buttons mixed up, and it's embarrassing. Right, they have pre-staged just a couple of materials for us, which is great. This is important, but it has no power right now, so I'm going to do that. That instead, we'll go back to that later. And more cables. When you loot, you get a little experience. When you break things down, you get a little experience. And when you recycle things, you get a little experience. And that is the game loop. So these two batteries are now connected to each other and feeding in. You can see they're balancing. So they're going to do that until they're roughly equal, and then they're going to die off. This is a way of sort of whatchamacallem, daisy chaining power to things. I'm going to, yeah, actually, what I'm going to do, I'm going to pick this up, grab cable with X. Now, if you notice how the buttons change, the contextual buttons as I go up and down, you want to pay attention to that because when you're pointing at different things, it'll do different things. What I'm going to do at the moment is I'm going to connect it to myself, recharge my blue bar, and then I say grab the cable and it's full. See, that's quietly resetting. If I'm looking down, I see RT to fabricate a cable extender. This is a little device that allows you to daisy chain cables together if it's too far to go otherwise, or if you need to split them. Eventually, I want to take that cable down that ladder and take power down there to the boat. We're going to do other things first. Oh, we can't actually do that until we repair it. All right. Point at the sink, open the toolbar. Mine is right button. Mine is right button. Use. It's going to say, this is what it costs me to repair it in terms of energy and in terms of materials. It wants 4 iron. I have 7, so that's fine. There we go. Now, back here, grab the cable. If I point in the general vicinity of the blue button, I hit X for connect. And now, I'm turn
The
on
dock
the
is alive
lights.
again, thanks to you. Each step forward reconnects us to a brighter future.
Now, the
Here,
beginning of this game,
you were never meant to remain bound. These waters were once pathways, carrying life, purpose, and discovery. Something awaits you out there, ready to be reclaimed.
she's still talking. She's explaining the quests. The quests are power the boat, open the doors, sail off into the wild blue yonder. We're going to do a few more things first, but I don't want to stay too long in the opening area because as big as it is, it could be a couple hours. I did it in 4 hours and still managed to get everything, but I've done that a couple times. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and throw things down to the map, lift them up, make sure there's nothing in the way. LB to throw. Woohoo! It's fun, but there's always the potential. Oop, they're going to knock things out of whack, and particularly things like everything has a physics. So, like the rubber tires, for example, will bounce and roll. And technically, a lot of times, if things bounce and roll into the water, then that's it, they're gone. Now, I'm told you can get up into the ceiling and somehow crawl around the rafters. I suck at parkour, so I've never been able to. So, what I'm going to do is collect a few more. Goodbye, robot friend. I'm going to collect a few more materials, particularly up here. I'll grab this cable. This connects upstairs. We'll reconnect it in the end, but it comes dribbling out. Here we go. I like to connect it my preferred way. The dismantle tool also uses battery power. You want to be mindful of what you're dismantling at this point. You want anything that has technology in it and anything that has fabric in it. When you point at something with the dismantle tool in your hand, it'll tell you what's in it. Similar, it's the reverse of the repair tool. So this is telling me I get metal scraps. There are other ways of getting metal scraps, so I'm not going to bother. This is telling me I get plastic. This is telling me I would get metal and plastic. The font is kind of small. about what you're going to do. So at the moment, I'm going to leave most of the metal and plastic here, chuck that downstairs. What we want to do from there, what we want to do is come down into this room that we couldn't get into before. It looks like this. Now, I turn on the light in here, the voiceover is going to start up again, which is fine if you're playing around. But I don't want to talk over him and have him talk over me. In here, turn on the lights. We have a recycler and a fabricator. And we're going to connect this battery, which again is standalone. So if it dies, it's dead. That's it. And we're going to recycle all of the stuff in here. And doing here, these are great. These are techie. So they're going to give us lots of nice, juicy techie scraps. Make sure you grab those. Once the wires are connected, it becomes hard to move things around over here. So I prefer to move things over here first. You can stand over here and just toss them and break them down anyways. There's another teddy bear to loot. You cannot put the teddy bears or other memories through the recycler. They just pop out the other end, same as they were. I'm going to do everything except the tables. So there's two ways of dealing with resources. One is to pick everything up and take it to the recycler, which in a room like this is not too bad. The other is to dismantle it wherever it sits, which is my preferred method because there's less toing and throwing. But in here, it's easier to do this. And we're just going to pull a cord off of this. I don't usually use this fabricator all that much, but it's there if you need it. All right. Pick things up, center them approximately, throw them into the recycler. You want to get things relatively straight on so that the recycler can grab them. Otherwise, they bounce. Big awkward items like this are easier to carry over. These are definitely easier to carry over. Y button will spin the item in one direction, not usually horizontally. They'll flip it horizontally, it won't flip it vertically, but there are exceptions. It's mostly for getting through doors, if I'm being honest. When it comes to this point, it doesn't really matter. Yeah. I'm told it's also impossible to throw yourself into the recycler. Imagine that was a fun day of testing. All right. Fires, where things get fun. Yep. 1, 2, 3. All of the stuff is piling out the end. 2, 6. I'm not going to go with the boxes at the moment, and I want to try and save these metal plates for something. Later on, hold down the X button, and it's telling me that I am overweight. So I'm going to come into my inventory, and I am going to drop the gold, which has the disadvantage of being very heavy. So you can see I am at 82% now, and the little warning sign has gone away. Gold is very heavy, and we're not going to need it at the moment. We are, however, going to need to recharge, as there are a couple more techie scraps that I want to get. From the tech scraps, you get aluminum, I think aluminum, silicone, polyurethane, uncommon materials, essentially. There's some things back there that can be chucked into recycling. Like there's a whole stack of these. You get us wire, plastic, and glass. Glass is the other one. It's telling me I'm overweight, but that's okay because I'm close enough to the battery. We'll find something else to drop in a moment. And our robot friend is over there. The other thing that is making me overweight that I forgot to do is, well, the Last Caretaker is actually not very creepy to play until the things start coming out of the vents in the dark. It is very quiet though, particularly if you're not, because there's no one to talk to, which I'm okay with. Let's see. I'm going to let that process. What I'm trying to do, I want to come over here and get our little robot friend. Half the time I drop him in the water, and half the time, oh, no, robot friend. If you drop him in the water, jump down after him and dismantle him in the water. I am not going to demonstrate, but you can dismantle things in the water. It's just a little awkward because you end up floating back and forth. What I am trying to do is get enough stuff together so that when I get upstairs, assuming it isn't nighttime, I would be able to just go to town and repair everything. And that means, for the most part, everything is here. I've reached level 3. So when you pull things out of the recycler, that seems to count towards your experience as well. And I am not overweight again, but I think I still had some tech scraps today. Yes. And I'm going to drop my gold again. I'm just leaving it here. You can see gold is colored, and polyurethane as well is green, has a green word describing it for uncommon. Plastic is white for common. Uncommon, silicone, and aluminum, but we're going to need those upstairs. Do the same here, because as of yet, we don't need the gold for anything, and it's heavy. So we can live there until we have somewhere to put it. And how did you skin? I think it's the dismantler that sucks up that much juice. So to get your cables back, if they're connected to something, including yourself, hold the B button or whatever the equivalent is for you. That reels it up and puts it back in your inventory. All right. I'm gonna drop this in here. We're gonna drape a cord from up top, but we want to drape it down. We don't want to carry it up and loop it around these stairs. Sorry. There's things on the stairs to dismantle. I'm going to turn the light on so you can see what I'm doing. It is daylight out, so let's do this quickly. I'm going to connect the cable. I should have enough for this. There's a light little gap here. Great. Drop down. Now, what I like to do is get about here and then jump over the railing. And what this is going to do is it's going to carry the cable straight down instead of walloping it back and forth. Mind your head. Sometimes. There we go. Now, it's not doing anything as of yet. That is feeding power to the lights. It'll be fine for now. Let's see on the stairs, there's little broken baby robots. So the only time I have to be even conscious of the cable with this setup is right there at the end. There are probably ways of neatening that up, but we don't have time for that. All right, so open this door. I get this teddy bear. I never forgot last time. The teddy bears are heavy, so sometimes it's better to store the teddy bears before you do this. But there is a creature over here. A creature over here. You see this cord is going over to the solar arrays. There's a creature over there. There are robots over here who are going to come at you. Waka, 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 waka. They're getting a couple minor hits in, but that's okay. There we go. And they give you tech scraps, which is good. So the first thing we're going to do is connect this cable to this plug, connect this plug to this solar panel, water repair tool. It's actually in pretty good shape. You can see the others are on fire. They're giving you a little bit of power, even if they haven't been repaired. But if you do repair them, we should have all that we need. They will output even more juice. Now, it's not going to do us any good right at the moment because they have to be wired in. This is draining me a bit, but that's okay. Where the fabric, silicone, and aluminum come from. Silicone and aluminum come from, and the glass come from the tech scraps. They've pre-staged a couple of these. You want to reserve this wire because we're going to drape one from over there from wind turbines. We just don't have the juice for it yet. So, depending on how worried you are about such things, you can lay down your own connectors. So I'm just going to put, we have 3 extra solar panels. We have 3 slots on the box. So now we have all 3 of these solar panels going into that box, and then the output wire is this one. It's going out to the main cable all the way across. My guess is that the electricians of the world are mortified by my wiring job. I don't care. Okay. I'm gonna juice myself out. The downside of this setup is you have to come all the way over here if you want to talk. You come back. And these things don't come at you. Some of them do. These don't actually respond, it seems, until they hit you. They got their little defenders. Come back here before it responds. There we go. Sparks. I'll do the other one. That one saw me coming. But they are relatively inert there. And you get different weapons as you go. Now there's 2 more doors I want to be sure to open. There's this one over here, and then there's the one over on the other side. Ignore the robots until the other is sorted. And then here, we are going to kick this down. And grab the bits. That goes down, straight down to the dock. So it is a... What's going on? Here we go. This one is straight down to the docks. Don't jump it. Because like I said, there is fall damage, and that's tall enough to be a problem. And we're going to this over here. Learn to recognize these. This means this building wants power to function and you need to attach it to something. Yeah. I get our last little buddy here. Well, second to the last. Let's go follow this over here out of the way. And now we can open this door. This little padlock, it's kind of, it just has, some of them will have numbers on them. You need a security clearance for those. This one, you just need to open the door. Lights on. You have a recycler and a fabricator. And the same thing I did downstairs. Just chuck everything over there so I don't need to carry it. New battery. Check the recycler. I don't think it's possible to bust the recycler. You can eventually dismantle them and get your bits back, but usually they're very useful. So I wouldn't bother. Unless you put it down in the wrong place. In which case you will need to put that. Oh, I didn't get the wind turbines. Okay. Let's do that next. Okay, before we start building anything else, we want to make sure that we've repaired all of the wind turbines. Ordinarily, if I clean out that room downstairs and I get all of the screens and at least 2 of the robots, I have everything that I need to do the repairs up here. We had a few other tech scraps from various places, but that is the plan. Okay, so we need to come back to this plug that we left on the cable extender. Pull the cable over to about here and point at the floor. Right trigger, get the little ghost. X to say yes. E to cancel out. X to connect it. So this has 3 plugs. I have 3 wind turbines. And back to connect to you. Now, when it is sunny, obviously you have the solar panels. At nighttime or when it's raining, the wind turbines pick up the slack. They start to spin really crazily, and then you're good to go. There is one more beastie over there. We're going to get to that later. And there is another beastie over here. Actually, I don't have any more plugs left. Doing that. Busted out. The beasties at nighttime will generate a different type of creature that can swarm you. Then things do get kind of hectic. But if you take care of all of the ones that are up here, all of those blue ones, you should be fine. There are pink slimes. I know there are pink slimes down this vent. There might be pink slimes in this vent. We'll deal with them later. They won't come out into this room, at least as far as I can tell. All right, I'm out of cable. Make more cable. Go into your build menu. You can do this either from the build menu or from the fabricator back there. But the build menu for this object is pretty simple and quick. So as long as you've got the materials, you're fine. So we're just going to wait this out for a moment. You interrupt, you can see your queue down the corner. You interrupt your queue. If you grab anything, it'll pause. When you drop it, it starts up again. So we're just going to wait this one out because it's only going to take a second. And it's my water. I did turn the music down really far on this. And I think actually, yeah, my headset is down. Okay. I'm also on low graphics, if that matters to folks, because I have an iPhone. It's running just fine. I'm not getting any lags or anything like that. But running and streaming at the same time is intensive. So you need to give it a fighting chance. Okay. It's waiting for iron. Okay. Do this. This is a bit of a puzzle solving as well sometimes. You know, to do the thing and you don't have what you need to get the thing done, figure out how to get thing A to thing B. Right. Iron comes from metal. Iron. Yeah. Matter. And so I picked up the iron and it was close enough. There's proximities on all of these. If it's close enough, it will. I'm going to rewire this so that it's out of the way and I'm not constantly dragging things over it. No, that goes in here. And you go in here. And now I can charge myself up on one of these other ports. I'm actually getting a live feed from outside at this point, which is great because then if I wanted to do things that will consume power, I just plug myself in essentially, and then I'm good. No. There are ways of reducing the noise because the machinery actually, what I'm going to do, I wanted to try this. I wanted to decrease the special effects even more. Let's take those down and increase the music a bit. The music will right click to apply. The music will actually warn you if things are around. It still seems really loud. Yeah. All right. Got that. Actually pretty well fixed for repairs up here. See, the sun is coming out. Have all of my wires intact. I have all of this sorted. What you can do, this is what I meant by plugging yourself in. I'm going to connect. I'm going to connect to self, so X twice. Pull out my dismantle tool. These traffic cones have plastic scraps in them. And now I can just walk along, dismantling anything I please. Yeah, that way. All right, so we're going to go back inside and we're going to wire up the boat. We're going to come back the long way. Here, I'm going to dismantle these little robots though. They have good stuff. How to remember where you leave your stuff in this game. You cannot loot the robots, but you can dismantle them. And now I'm overweight. Tech scraps are heavy. Now here. Well, all scraps are heavy. So anytime you dismantle things, keep an eye on your weight. I also had a bunch of the stuff I picked up upstairs. I'm going to go ahead and undo all the damage from the critters. And I can click backup slot to 1. I can connect. So I like this. That way, even just pointing at it, you don't have to pull the, not that it's overly cumbersome to point, but right. So I'm going to come back down here and drop some of my scraps again. into the recycler, deal with my weight issue. Up there. All right. Leave that to do its job. Come back for even a moment. We need to come back up here and wire up the boat. So my brilliant plan is to take the wire from here down to the boat directly. The alternative is to drape wire all the way down the internal staircase, across the deck. You can go down the deck, down the stairs down there and over along the deck, or you can just cut straight across and jump down. I prefer to just do it this way. It saves me running back and forth with cables. So we do have to be mindful. However, the first time I tried it, I plugged it in here and I jumped straight down to the boat, and the cable didn't stretch very far, so I was dangling. I was low on cable. Also, I took fall damage. From here down to the boat, you will take fall damage. So let's use the ladder instead. Connect. Now watch the contextual messages. I'm pointing at the floor. It offers to build me a cable extender, even though there's one right there. It doesn't know. Maybe I want one. If I point up, I can drop or I can connect. If I point over, you can actually put the cable extenders on the walls, which can neaten your life up. But that's a bit much now. Point at the ladder. It says X to enter. If you're at the bottom and you just want to start climbing up, you can just lunge at it and start moving. I definitely prefer hitting X at the top. It will carry the cable with you. So when we get down to the bottom, there's my cable. And I'm going to fabricate my extender. Connect my cable. There we go. Kind of janky, but what you can do, take another cable out here. There's this lovely gap right here. And you don't take damage jumping from here. So, and I don't have enough cable. I know. This is called bungee jumping. If you jump from a height and you're connected and you don't have enough cable, it just sort of dumps you all over the place. So I'm gonna get back up there. And I'm just gonna have to let go. It's up there. There you go. I need to make more cable. Build. No, don't do that. No, don't do that. Exit, cancel, pause, actions, stay. No, don't build. Don't. Oh, okay, I didn't. Why? Very cute. Very cute. I don't actually need 5 torches. I need 5 electric cables. Did I build any? I got to it in time. Okay. So it is building me electrical cables. I'm going to walk back up here. We'll get to all of this stuff in a minute. There's an autosave. Some folks have said that the autosave sometimes causes a jump or a lag. I think by default it's set to 15 minutes. So if you die at any point, you lose the last 15 minutes since the autosave or since the manual. Yes, yes. He's jittering about because he's waiting for the to finish. Now, my brilliant plan should work this time. Jump down. Oh, there we go. Go ahead and build an extender here. And plug you in. Nope. It turns the extender on and off. It's like a kill switch. You go there. Here we go. Here. Out to the little blue plug here. It's going to light up like a Christmas tree because I've turned on power in the ship. There we go. And it is now charging the ship battery. There is a battery over here as well. Now, straight out the bat, if you don't even want to go upstairs and futz around, And come over here, drain these batteries. It will charge the ship, and you can be on your merry way. It all get those. We got the cable, this cable. All right. These are batteries, obviously. I've seen a lot of people, some people drain them straight out. I've just gotten power back down from the roof, so I don't particularly need to. I stash them in here. If I need to come back, this is my go-to battery. Although now that I'm thinking about that, if the power goes out and that door closes, my brilliant plan will have been a failure. So maybe I'll leave one down there just in case. All right. Loot all of these objects. These beds are really, really treasure trove things. But I am told you need them for something. I heard you needed them. So, actually, what am I going to do? Oh, please don't fall in the water. I'm going to drain this time. So this is equalizing. So it will be equal. There's 2,000 liters in the tank. It'll half and half it. Had 1,000 in the tank, 1,000 in the boat. When you hit your Y button, change the direction of the flow. It's just going to drain the tank. Everything's going to be into the boat engine, which on this case, I think is what we want. I'm going to go ahead and also, do I have enough cable for this? I do. All right. I'm going to connect that in. I'm just going to drain these. And it'll all eventually just either refill into the tank or end up in the boat. You can see it's counting down. When it's done, pops off. Here we go. Actually, ooh, see, this is what I meant about things rolling away. All right. These are mooring cables. You connect them here to these flat objects, and it will pull the boat closer. There are two of them on the boat. There's one in the front and one in the back. Grab the cable. Now you do not need to mind the gap. Now, that said, it can be a little fussy sometimes. And in fact, there's a known issue in heavy weather sometimes in the mooring cables glitching out. So be mindful of that. Meanwhile, back on the boat, there we go. And drop it over there. You have a heal station and a save station. Back up. And you have a couple of these. These are engines. That yellow one over there is an engine too. You have mooring cables on this side of the boat too, in case you're back into things. Now, the engines come over here. This one is just fine. It is the electrical engine. Get them roughly where they need to be and then wait for them and release them, wait for them to click into place. Sometimes they roll out of position. You just have to go back and get them. This needs to be repaired. I guess this is another way of forcing you to learn the repair tool if you don't go upstairs. Once you start this motion, dismantle is the same. Once you start, don't let up on the button because it will make you start over. All right, these are a little twitchy. There you go. That's clicked into place. This is diesel power, which we're refilling upstairs. This is electrical, which is what all these wires are about. Want to turn off diesel for any reason, like you're, run out of diesel. You can toggle this button on and off. That turned red. I'm going to leave it on for the moment. The boat will run solely on electrical power, well, at least until the batteries die. So you do have plenty of options. All of the devices, however, require electrical. All right, there's those. This door guess what's back here? Oop, that's me moving the camera around. It's a recycler and a fabricator. All right. And in here. Oh, there's an engine in here. Maybe they moved it. Oh, so what we're going to do back here is we are going to offload the teddy bears. Or go over, say drop. Same as with the items. Actually, drops the cable too, since I don't need it. I'm going to carry around the bioorganic stuff because it's gross to leave that lying around. I'm going to come over here. You can check your inventory as well to see how much of different cables you have. Can we connect you? Connect you. I'm going to start using the fabricator eventually. One. Dumping our scraps. All right, so you're still carrying around a bunch of stuff. Go ahead and do something about that. All right. Oh, I needed to check. Did I hit level 3? I did. All right, so things off of this level that I want right away are the Jurapack, which is storage, and the taser. You can also create those small batteries that we were hauling around. It requires a battery cell and a connector port. You can build them on yourself, you can build them elsewhere. I'm not going to bother at this moment. Again, this is also where you get the Lumalite and the Whisper. And in fact, I'm going to go ahead and get those because we will need them later. I don't have any skill points. That's fine. Level 3 gets us a diesel generator, a fabricator, a recycler, and a small diesel container. They want me to start making diesel eventually. Okay, so I'm going to do the same thing here that I did before. 1 point into everything. And then whatever's left into the battery. And this time I'm going to increase ball mastery and hydraulics a bit. I'm sure there will be a variety of things out there that tell you, how to balance the stuff and, put it here first. Some of that comes down to play style. I don't want to deal with my stamina very often, so I go for the battery power. Other people don't like having to struggle to lift the boxes when they go, or they dislike when their inventory fills up too fast. I prefer to work around that. Okay. Now, I'm going to build some storage boxes. So we are going to build, how many storage boxes can I build? At the moment, I can only build, it looks like I have 6 iron and 13 plastic. All right, let's build these one at a time. I'm going to say add all parts to queue. And let's try and build 3 of them. For bulk building, I found this to be the easiest. There's a variety of different ways to come at this. The fabricator essentially pulls things from your inventory, or it will also pull out of that little dump box over there, or anything that's on the floor, or anything that is on the wall. So it is build me the parts, and you can do this out of your build menu too. It's build me the parts to build 3 boxes, and I'm going here on the wall. My pathetic attempt at managing my storage in a useful manner. It has been said that sometimes these fall off the wall, and then once they're off the wall, you can't put them back. All right. And it is waiting for alloy frames. It is waiting for alloy frames. And I'm just doing that because I don't have iron. Over on the right-hand side, it says it needs 2 iron, and I don't have any. So those will remain little red ghosts until I go out and get some iron. I'm going to go ahead and do that. This is why I didn't stage them all at once, because I knew that sometimes I know what it takes to do upstairs in one go. Downstairs is a little, the math is different. I haven't quite got that memorized yet. My goal, I'm at a point where this is extraneous. I could leave right now if I wanted to. I'm not going to literally break everything down. In fact, I don't think I'm even going to go back down that elevator for the rest of the robots. But I want to see what comes next. I've done the demo quite a few times, and I want to see what comes next. But we are going to go into the vents on this side real quick. And there's a few more things up off the roof that I want to do. And most of what is directly adjacent to the boat, I'm going to go ahead and scrap. And again, you can carry things over, you can toss things onto the boat and leave you alone. I'm leaving those beams alone too. I'm actually going to leave these pallets alone. I'll leave the boxes alone because that gets you up into that vent. And get these pallets. I'm going to take the bed with me. Because it has good bits. Sometimes they were, no, nothing back in the boat. All right. These apparently you can attach to the side of the boat. And then if you hit this deck, hit the dock when you're docking, they are a little bit of buffer. But I've seen some people say that it's kind of glitchy. Apparently they'll attach sometimes from some directions, but not from others. And that sounds fidgety. I don't feel like worrying about it. I hear the loudspeaker going, instructing me to take care of my boat. Which, truth. I can pull this for as long as I have wire. See, I'm out of wire. This is it. That's as far as I can go. It is possible to break down the forklift, but don't know why you would. Unless you really need the bits. Am I connected to? I'm connected to it. All right. Put you away. Grab cable, put cable away. Yep, that's the lion. It's really all I need is the stuff for the boxes. I'm not overweight. I'm just a little. Now, sometimes this is enough to get that system started. There it goes. There it goes. See? It's the rest of the boxes. It's pulling out of here. It's also pulling out of my inventory. It'll do the next two. And now, all right. Do we have enough for more boxes? It looks like I can do 2 more. I'm going to say add box 2. Or maybe I might be misreading these. And the font is very tiny, and sometimes I slip in and say, oh yeah, that makes total sense. And sometimes it's like, nope. Things on this wall can be grabbed and by the machine, which is why I chose it. Let's see. And you are going to be there. There we go. All right, so I'm going to start putting things away. All right, you are a common box and you are going to hold iron, which is this one composite iron. You are a common box. You are going to hold plastic until I have too much iron and I need no. You are a common box. You are going to hold wood. It's an uncommon object. We're going to hold glass. You are a common box. You're going to hold fabric. You are a common box. You're going to hold copper because you end up with so much copper and it's very heavy. So you're going to live there. I'm going to put another one there for copper. I'm going to fill out another 3 over in that corner. Do we have no? No, it says I'm out of stuff to make the stuff. Okay. You're still sitting on the floor. We need 2 more boxes back there. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the other room, and I want 3 on that wall. These are the small boxes. Eventually, you get the medium boxes and then the bigger boxes. So over here, we have our wires. Can't do anymore. You clear out, connected to the boat now. Clear out these boxes. Since they are useful, they are convenient. I don't, as far as I know, need them to climb on top of anything. And you want the forward deck clear. Because you're going to want to build things up here eventually. I am drawing power from the boat. The boat is drawing power from whatever's going on upstairs. If the lights ever start to flicker, it means that your batteries are running low for the building and whatever's going on upstairs. For example, if you repaired the solar panels but didn't repair the wind turbines and it's nighttime, you can drain down your resources doing all of this. But we have both set up, so we are good to go. This should be this one's up front. One red box. One yellow box. Oh, 2 red boxes. 3 red boxes. I think the only thing left on you is right here. Put it away. I don't have to walk all the way back over if I don't want to. I can grab the one off myself and reel it up. Here we go. And back up. Nice. We have one of these up here. I'm going to go ahead and leave it. Well, I'm going to put it over here next to it. That's my emergency kit. I don't like going down the side here because of the stairs. Let's try to cleaner turn off that. And then somewhere along the way, I have gotten more, not fabric. No, okay, those are the things that are waiting for the boxes. So leave that to do its thing. So the next thing eventually that we're going to do is go into the vents on that wall. And then I think that is it there. I think that's part of the ceiling that you can get into. In theory, you can get up into the ceiling. And again, I've never been able to manage it. They don't really have like a climbing tool. The bungee jumping, well, aside from the ladders, obviously, the bungee jumping will get you down from a great height without completely wiping out. If you have the cable on you. If you don't have the cable on you, you have to. I don't. Let's do these two at a time. Two. Don't stare at it while it's doing that. Okay. These are alloy frames, display screens, 2 boxes. Okay. Go ahead. Build. Here. Line things up as well as I can. Again, being early access, there will be, I'm anticipating a certain number of restarts, so I am not going to be overly fussy. Okay, that wants 2 more sets of parts. Add all parts to queue. Add all parts. I need 5 more, 3 for that wall, 2 for the back room. It should. There we go. That turned blue. And the other one will probably turn blue too. Yeah. This is taking a minute here. I think it'll be worth it in the end. Looks like I can make 2 more. Let's do add all parts to queue. Add all parts to queue. Wait and see. One, 2. All right, I had enough. 3. Okay, these are going to be done separately after a minute. All right, it needs more stuff. Needs back out we go. We are charged. We are powered. Let's get things over here. Wrong button. I've reached level 4. Right. So I have a system for my skill points. I'm going to go ahead and do those right off the bat. I'm going to save. I'm not going to buy any of the things. You can get the standing light, the fabricator, and these. At the moment, I'm going to hold off on that. But I have 10 points. Why are you all? As you were pulling ahead. Here we go. Okay, I have 2 points left, and I'm going to put them in power. Okay. I've gone about it with the boxes. Sure, they're sitting right there. Boxes are expensive to break down. They're worth it, but they are expensive in time. The orange ones aren't too bad. The gray ones, the big gray ones are. Take a minute. I just don't think there's anything up there. About. No. Bye-bye. Because for what we're building, we need metal or plastic. So these will do. And grab table. And ring. And ring. Headphones. Something else. No, I can start filling. Okay, so you are iron, which you're empty at the moment because it's pulling you. You are glass. As a matter of fact, I'm going to make you plastic. Let me take the glass over there. I'm going to put glass down here. Plastic, iron, copper, and glass are the big ones. Fabric is next. I don't have any fabric. All right, copper. I have copper. So I could click on it and move it manually, or you depress the left thumbstick, it'll move it for you. And then I'm going to leave that one open in case I need it. I'm going to put rubber over here. Actually, no, I take that back and put rubber over here. Okay, you are all uncommon objects. And I now have 2 spaces, boxes. All right, so this box I'm actually going to reserve. That's how you customize boxes. You can customize the color and the icons. No point customizing the icons here because we can't see them. I'm just going to drag the RGBs until this is blue. And when I get blue materials, they will go in there. This one, I'm going to customize to green. And I'm going to put all of my green stuff in it, except for the gold, which I've left on the floor somewhere. We'll go back for that. This is the green container. And so it has silicone, aluminum, and polyurethane. That one is going to be green too, and all the gold will live in that. And I need 2 more boxes over here. So I need just a bit more metal and a bit more plastic, which I should be able to get off of some of these boxes. All right. I was deliberately leaving those for something else if I wanted. Go ahead. As far as I know, there's nothing in this vent that comes out and stabs you. So dismantling without a wire, although I could drag a wire if I wanted to. I'm not bothered this time. I keep you just in case. And plans. Readable. And just certain here. All right. You chuck down there. Yeah, see, that could have been a bad bounce. That one didn't go further that. And those are too heavy to toss back. So, okay. That. All right, don't mess scraps. Rebound. That's how basketball works, right? And again, if you're seeing some slight discoloration, that is I'm on low settings on this computer. GPU is doing pretty good. Okay. You need to be reminded of what you're doing. You say, not all parts to heal. Wait for it to finish that. All right, the queue is clear. I need 2 more of you. Not all purchase you twice. There we go. You are going to be green. And you're going to hold the gold. Which I don't know. Oh, I do. I have a little. Here we go. I do like. You are just parts for the back. So over here, we're going to build these manually with the parts that we have because we want them placed there and there. And that's pulling it out of my inventory. Leave everything on the floor. All right, so this one, you can pick it up, you can rotate it. You know, pick it up, you can rotate it, move around, and set it back down. It does not really attach to the wall in this capacity. But line them up neatly. There you go. You are going to be teddy bears. You are going to be everything else. So, and these are emergency backup to the backup batteries. So this is where we're going to do icons. I'm going to do a trap icon on you. That's what the BioWare is. Scrap. I'm going to do a brains icon on you. Because you eventually hold brains. Not the little literal brains, as far as I know. So these are color coded. As long as I remember how common something is, I know where to start looking. These I will eventually start to get a sense for. What this does is allows me to just stand in one place, open them all in turn, dump whatever happens to be handy. Just cover, open's empty. As long as I have the little claw icon, I'm good. Those are my uncommon materials. There we go. Now my inventory is light as a feather. The floors are clean. And I am off to the next object, which is going to be this. No, the next object is to be. So this is refilling, which is great. Even when I'm drawing on it, I'm refilling just a little. And put it back here. We're going to aim in the right direction, and then we're going to jump, and we're going to come up here. All right. Knock that off while I was futzing around. You need to do that. Okay. Jump, jump. And on top of the I trusted glow stick. Where did I know the glow stick doesn't activate the pink slimes? That may change. I also don't. Pink slime. It's a little reflector out there. All right. So what we forgot to do before investigating the pink slime was build the taser. I'm going to go do that now. I'm crouched in the tunnel, but I click the left joystick to uncrouch. If you're moving slow and weird, if I'm moving slow and weird, that is probably what's going on. Actually, I could have made this on the fly, but I'll go ahead and come back here. Because I give me a chance to get some more. So what it did is it made the parts, left them there, then it's pulled them back in, and now it's making them. The gun takes a little longer. Yeah. There's a couple different types of guns. This is a taser. it draws electrical power. I'm going to add that to the holster. And it is got 000 power. Actually, scratch it. So you come over to a power source. Now, when you're looking down or when you're looking up, you have Y, connect to electric pistol, or connect to cell. You're going to connect to the electric pistol. Go back to understanding. You can see the numbers. You should see the numbers on that little blue screen are going up. But again, there's a little bit of a contrast issue in some of the fonts in this game. Totally understandable, slowly in the process, but it does kind of sometimes make it hard to see what's going on. This now has full power. This being rechargeable means you only have to make it once and then you just have to have a power source. I prefer it to the other pistol, which is just a regular pistol that you make ammo for. And it, the problem is that you, ouch, you're constantly having to make ammo for it. Also, this is a slight area of effect, and I am a really bad aim. I'm hopeful that they have. Now, if I turn on my headlight, it's going to start surging at me. It's really kind of creepy. But if I just kind of go up to it, it's going to kind of ignore me. And then I can zap it close. It's also, this one I suspect is also a little stuck in something. Hold down right trigger to shoot and walk slowly towards the slime. And now, that is the slime. That is also the end of this. You can see those mini vents go other places. But that is the end of the slime. Always want to check the vents for slime. There are different types of slime. Just as there, is that on the way in? Just as there are different types of little robot-y things. There's the flying ones and the creepy ones and the all sorts of stuff. So, yeah. Oh, if you you can get attachments for it to add things onto it, bigger magazines and stuff like that. That'd be cool. But we don't have any of those objects at the moment. So what I was trying to do was put it away. And then actually I was trying to do is stand up, obviously. Now I can connect it to the pistol, but you notice I have no idea what's going on. You have to kind of jink your body over the eye and peer down at it. I guess that's where it lives. So I always try to hold it in my hand when I charge it so I can see. I've been joined by a kitten. The kitten is going to start chewing on the wires anytime now because she's convinced that, well, she would not like this game because she is convinced that wires are dangerous. All right. Oh, are you snuggling? Are you snuggling on my desk now? Yes, there you go. You cannot snuggle and chew my. These were expensive wires, kitten. All right. These are chew wires. Oh, snuggle. Be cute. Chew the wires. There we go. There we go. Now she can't see it because it's hidden behind my arm. All right. Stuff to loot here. Stuff to grab here. I'm going to pull these out carefully. I'm going to stash them in the corner. I'm going to stash them upright in the corner. Again, I've seen people dismantle them. I've seen people drain them. I've seen people take them with them and have like a little battery forest on the floor of their ship. And I guess you would use them for that too if you really were worried about it. I'm kind of not. So, at least not at the moment. I may regret that. You never know. Right, getting settled down. This does not, if I recall correctly. Where's my? Oh, because it's too. No, no. You're too close to the wall. The glow stick is. We're here for this, and we're here to dismantle this. Sorry, torch drains my battery, but it might be worth it in this case. Here we go. All right. Some posters on the wall. These are fun. I'm not actually using these little hand batteries for anything, although I can see them coming in handy later. They do have weight to them, though, so at a certain point, I probably want to be stashing them somewhere. But in the meantime, you can see out the window. We had a nice view. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Here. Oh, I forgot. There is an upstairs and a downstairs to this. Fine. Actually, let's go ahead and charge up first. Charger is over here. If this helps. And look at column wires. Not people. We toast. Score. Ooh, there'll be two more back there to toss. One thing at a time. All games are about resource management, and attention is the resource focused. So come up here. It looks like a dead end. Oh, it's also nice. Just looking up is it's not here, but I suspect eventually they're going to start hiding things in the ceiling. All right, we're going to try and make this. We're going to run and jump at the end. There we go. I said once that they're the bestest way to annoy me about this game would be to make me parkour. Uh, Later on, we will see how often I fall off things. All right, you, I'm just going to drop down. Take you my speed before drop down. Like, all right, that's that vent and the one downstairs. This one, all right, let me see the size of it.
Recycling and fabrication are central to your work.
He's telling me about the recycler. Yeah, close enough. Close enough for government work, as my parents would say.
Composites, polymers, each type different depending on what you collect. With materials prepared,
All right, this just goes up. I don't know where up it goes, where it comes out. I never found anything that if I jumped down, I would end up here. Of course, I wasn't always testing that theory, so who knows? Nothing lives in it though, so
is all that remains. Recycle, fabricate, construct. This is the
nope.
loop that sustains
I
the
think
mission.
yeah, that was me. Okay, let's go ahead and clean up out here.
To your work. Every system you maintain depends on what you recover. Use your dismantle unit to break objects into trash, then feed that into the recycler. Directly into
Come
a
back for
recycler
you.
module. The machine will refine them into base materials: metal, composites, polymers, each type different depending on what you collect. Any fabricated module can shape parts.
All right, this is why I like to
Seals. Parts are the building blocks for module.
skip this bit.
In the
All
field,
right.
you can assemble by hand, but fabrication is faster and more efficient. There are no shipments, no resupply. What you build is all. Recycle, fabricate, construct. This is the loop that sustains the mission. Break it, and everything stops. Caretaker, nothing is wasted. Recycling and fabrication are central to your work.
Alrighty.
Use your dismantle unit to break objects into trash,
So, like I said, you got to remember where you left your stuff.
Fabrication comes next.
Come back for it. Look at all of this. Look at all of this. I said, leave it to do its business, and it did.
Parts are the building blocks for modules, and modules keep the pods alive.
Yep. Yep. I believe you. That recording is one of the reasons why I don't think things are going to respawn. No resupply. What you have is what you have. And then there, I can also charge a little quicker by, probably by a few percentage points. I don't think it really matters. Although later on, it might matter if you're trying to get from place to place and, you're working on trying to shave things off the percent. These are filling up. Leather is also pretty heavy. Fabric is pretty light. Plastic is pretty light. Copper is heavy. It should be. Turn back on. The scraps. All right. Deposit my poop. Deposit my memories. These memories are what you use when you get into what they call building humans. And they give the humans traits. So the stopwatch gives you patience. The love letters give you wisdom. The stuffed animals give you empathy. Which stuffed animals are everywhere, and I kind of like that that's what they do. All right. So, competitive, yes, but not quite as much clicking about. You can see they're starting to fill. This is at 105 and it's starting to blink a little orange. These are just fine. 70 is about halfway. I think they hold up to 200 if you're lucky. But at a certain point, they cap out and you have to make new ones. All right, I said I was going to bring this with. This is a pain in the butt to move because it's heavy and it's awkwardly shaped. And you can lift the camera. That's not the same as lifting the object. When I get through that door, hit Y to reorient and come at it. There's also a engraving on the back or an embossing that is apparently an Easter egg. It's cute. I won't spoil it for anybody. Right, so that is down here, mostly sorted. Oh no, I forgot my robot friend. Let's not drag you around by the feet. Pick you up. There we go. Alas, our robot friend making his final journey. I wonder if part of it is eventually you'll be able to make robots. That'd be cool. It was kind of creepy to recycle. So, don't mind recycling the little bugs, the little mechanical bugs, but the robots kind of creep me out. I'm going to do fabric. And we'll leave you there just in case. You there just in case. Okay. What I wanted to do with this, the reason I've been holding off on some of this is I wanted to build a little bridge. Now, you can't just lay things sideways over this. You have to physics and science the shit out of this. Because if you're not careful, they will fall into the water. So if later, just in case, I'm going to save you for later, just in case. Think robot friend, the plastic palette. And there was another You are what I want. You need a base on both sides. And I've chosen the metal plate as a base on each side. You just want to save that. Don't want that floating away. And this one is a little touchier because it doesn't have an end. I'm going to not get their caught on the edge. Physics of these things is their strength and their weakness. You want it far enough, the edge, kind of solid, but not so far that it falls off. Right. This as a bit of a weight there. And on the other side, and have the blue like that. Oop. There we go. Spam, spam the A button and sometimes he'll grab. All right, what we're looking for are these long iron beams. And we are going to lay across the gap. Oh, and lay straight across the gap and not fall into the water. Like that. All right. It's okay. I got a couple backups. No, I think it's because it was trying to hit that other thing and it was tilting it. Okay. So, anyways, if you look down, can't really see the other end. We're just going to have to take it on faith. Not quite. Ooh, that is going to be a food. Here we go. It's got to go to the other end at some point. Otherwise, it is not going to hold the weight. And you're going down. Yeah. All right. Did it stretch? It did not. Okay. That might be why the other one was not holding. So, strip back. You find another plate somewhere. Or, oh, yes, you another plate. This is not even remotely necessary. This is me showing off, playing with the physics, and seeing what is possible. You like and off to one side. Yeah. Moving down. Just a minute. There we go. Where'd my beam go? Get come on the railing. Sure. We're going to extend that. Yeah. Yeah. Now all we need is two more. Fortunately, I never did two more. You saw I could walk across that, and it was pretty safe at that. But there's no reason. Settle yourself down. Rude. It was rebounding off of things. Things. This is okay. All right. You can weight both ends down. And then, oh, my battery's dying. Hauling things around apparently sucks up battery. And then it sucks up life. That would be embarrassing. If I if I flattened myself trying to show off building a little bridge that I'm not actually going to use for much. You are a third being. Just go ahead. Make you get this. All right. What they mean when they say you have to make choices about what you're going to do with your resources. Yes, yes. Like that. There we go. And I have a slightly more stable base. I can zip across. You can put another plate down there if you want on top to have a completely stable uh, platform, but for this, I don't think it's necessary. All right. Goodbye, robot friend. For example, that plastic pallet could finish the bridge off with a topper, but we're not on it. All right. And there's another iron beam up here if they all fall into the water. Okay. Leave some of this behind. I'm going to grab you. Grab you. Grab you. This is, fabric is hit or miss. Fabric is pretty common, but sometimes I find it is on missing. Now, one last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go down these ladders. If you don't get the power on downstairs, or if for some other reason the power ends up off, there are ladders all the way down what would be the elevator shaft. It'll pop up on the platform and you can continue. If you can, and I have drape cords and connectors down here and take electricity all the way down to the bottom. Recharge that battery down at the bottom and leave it in better shape than you found it. What is up here, however, that we want is this, which is another one of the memories. And there is a robot friend at the bottom. This is a part where you want to make some choices. If you completely, maybe I would forget about at some point, and he's valuable. Goodbye, robot friend. There's one more down here who's just sort of on the floor, reaching for his robot friend, but it's sad. Robot friend. So we are now at the bottom, and we could loot around down here as long as we had power. We could turn everything on, turn everything off. Honestly, I'm going to leave that as it is and bring the elevator back down again. There's no internal wall plugs down here. And there's got to be some power because the save stations were. In fact, you go down here and save. There. Make sure I get the teddy bear down here. Yeah. All right. The save stations work, so there's some kind of, but that medium battery, you just kind of, I think you have to leave it on because otherwise the elevator doesn't function. But turning on the lights doesn't actually, I don't think, give you light up the elevator shaft. So I'm just gonna move you into move the body, not the head. It's going to be your business. There we go. So I'm not stripping the place completely, particularly since we're coming up on 2 hours. Although I did faff around for half an hour. There's 10, 15 minutes or so on my little. Yes, I'm proud of the bridge. All right. So I'm going to finish up upstairs. There are 2 more vents, 1 more set of memories that I want. All right. Leave this as it is. There's a save station and a vitality station upstairs. And I want this to be full. Oh, that's right. There's some stuff there. I was overloaded when I came through here. When I didn't get this. All right. Table, up the table. So all of this is looking good. You're just a little behind. Not a little real behind. You have stuff. You down. I think it's actually 2 or 3 of them. 2 of them I never around to. Okay. Now. Oh, I did get around to them, but I left the chair behind. It's starting. It's either the sun is coming up or going down, or it's raining. I can mostly ignore the rain. All right. So all of these traffic cones we could make plastic. This ladder goes all the way down the side and into the water. There may be something down there, but I've never looked. Everything's pretty clean up here. Okay. I'm going to dismantle all of my warning signs and then I'm going to wish I had them later. So this is one of the bits that goes along the edge. Be careful walking on these because they will suddenly come to an ending. And you see our little beastie friend over there. And there is a hole the beastie friend is sort of protecting. So we are going to tap the right D-pad ladder gun and go after our beastie friend. Now, he doesn't pop off unnecessarily, and you're probably not going to fall off as long as you don't panic and move in the right direction. There we go. Slowly. Ask us to move slowly. And we've got one more beast of friend. Did we get? Oh, we got him. Either that or he heard what was in the wind and got away. Okay. Down there is more resources and more memories. So with the exception of the robot, I'm mostly doing this run for the memories. And dismantle the robot carefully. I have a habit of falling over. There is also a ladder over here that lets down towards the water. A lot of these things, if put away your flopping a bit. Thank you. Okay, this goes down to there. Crap. It's not even worth it. Okay, it goes all the way down. If you fall off the building, it is possible to find ladders to take yourself back. Now, wanted to do was see what that was, but that means I think it's what's the jump. Mortifying? No. Yeah. It wants me to do that. Or it wants me to come at it from another direction. And the ladder's just there because it knows I'm going to fall off. So let's come back up to the top. All the way to the top. I suspect if you slide down properly, you can get over there, but I also suspect that I've fallen off the building more than enough times for one day. And I suspect there may even be a couple of times when I'm going to fall off again. Building 97, if anybody's curious. If you go down in the water instead of up, you will eventually sink too far and the pressure will kill you. I think it also does make it drains your power, obviously, and then if your power is gone, then it drains your life. And it's another thing. A image to oops, now, look here. Up to the end. And there's a ledge. And if you shimmy out, and this is actually the dock that the boat comes out. So if you would open those doors, you could get in very easily. I'm going to fall off this at least once, so you will see what I get to do. We're in the drink. I'm not sure. I think you hit the A button to go up and to swim, but on that, I gotta go all the way back around. There are places where there are things in the water that will at you, but this one seems to be fairly safe. This is back where I was falling off that other thing. Yeah, there is our friend, the ladder. Hello, ladder friend. All right. All the way back up. And the sun's going down. And it's starting to rain. So I don't know how many more times I'm going to bother trying for this. I did it once. there's some resources and a memory in that hole. If you are better at this than I am, then best of luck to you. But I really kind of only want to be doing that twice. Some of it may be down to me not having faith in my skills. Straight out the edge. You're in the way. I suspect that baby ledge is there for a reason, but now we're in the drink and it's dark. I am not diving. I am going up. What's that? Alright. And badly. And I can't see the ladder. So we're just gonna have to remember where it is. Things I can whack things in the water. Well, that's something I think. And I'm not a fan of this water. This water reminds me. See what happens if we take the other water. There's the other water. There's the other water. That's up. So this one goes all the way to the top instead of going past the basketball court. Low resolution. There we go. That was our friend right there. Yeah, those buoy things apparently have something in them. They're a little easier to get to from the ship, and some of those little bubbly bits out there are things that will eat you. So we're just not going to mess with them right now. All right, so back over here. Jump over here. Recharge. And since it's dark out and it's going to be dark in vents, we might as well do the vents. So those are all of the easily accessible memories. And one more that is a little harder to get. Dismantle you in place. Now, this vent has two directions that you can go. There's one off to the side that you can miss. You come at it straight, a little hard to see. You'll look around, look up, down, look in all directions. Crouch a bit and get through here. I don't think there's pink slime in this blue. There is definitely pink slime down the vent that's so. All right, this goes down. I don't know where it lands. It could land in the dock. It could land. I can kind of see water down there. Could land in the dock. Could land outside the platform when you swim back. I'd rather not experiment. Let me know. If that's the other direction, I'm overweight. And I'm sick and juice about my lights on. Yep. That's why. Yeah. Do its thing. Be fully charged before you go into vents. This is the side that I can't remember if there's a song or not. Use that experience. The battery. No slime. The batteries. And we have a ladder. And again, it wants me to throw. I wonder if I know where this ladder goes, so I'm going to go ahead and do it. By throw a glow stick down. I have lots of glow sticks, so let's go down and retrieve it. I know that's one way of bringing a little light to the situation before you get there. All right, grab the crayons. And this is actually worth turning the lights on. Suck up the glow stick again because this has techie bits. And you may as well get the rest of the stuff while you're down here. You know, maybe the secret is that when things respawn, it's because you're not, in fact, the last caretaker. And there's another caretaker out there who's leaving behind duffel bags just in case. As they move through the room. Here we go. Alrighty. In the meantime, that is that set of events. And there's scrap. All right, the next event is going to be way more exciting. So, okay. Now, this one, oops, oops, oops. I'm just going to move this to the side. It's not really important. To the right-hand side, down there, the little drop there, definitely slime. I just say, definitely slime. Left-hand side, I can't quite remember. Drop off. Another drop off. It's very deep. It leads to another little room. And then you have to jump out and swim around the platform again. Let's do the slime first. So, we get our gun. Our gun is not fully charged. And we're going to charge our gun and ourselves before we do the slime. All right. So, connect yourself. Connect a pistol. And okay, 100%. All right. And just returning to the right, and there's a little thingy down there. So your back is to the wall once you're down here, because turning around and trying to jump up again is a pain in the ass. So before you go down, turn off the lantern. Face the ceiling. Wait for it to finish. Move forward carefully. Or slide. Do not turn on the lantern again. The lantern, the flashlight, the torch, whatever you call it. It's going to start moving at you slowly. Going to get a little faster. And back up a little. And don't waste your tails once it's squirted. All right. Mm-hmm. Let's put a battery. That's got to drop. Be mindful of these spaces. Let's put another one of those drops. I was thinking maybe one of them led down to that vent right outside the utility room, but I was never able to verify. I guess I could. How many glow sticks do I have? I have 14 glow sticks. Now, not what I wanted to do. No, also not what I wanted to do. With the glow stick, throw the glow stick so that it goes down. I'm going to see if it's down there when I look again, but I don't think that's what I think it is. The other alternative is here, and this is just a dead end that looks up to the sky. All right, so coming back here around the corner. I'm conserving my battery for no good reason at this point because the slime is dead. And we are back here. And I cannot jump. Why can't I jump? Because I am crouched. Uncrouch. Put the glow stick away. You don't necessarily have to, but you can. Jump. All right. Back out again. This is where we all right. Come back here. And then we have the canisters. Right? If you drop the glow sticks, that's another way of finding your way. They're like breadcrumbs in events. All right. Crouch, up, down. Okay. All right. So that is that. We'll put the rest of the scraps in. Wait for that to finish. Turn that off. Pick up all of my junk. I've reached level 5. It's the first time that's happened. The demo capped you out at 4 or at 3. So level 5 is new. That's good to know though, because at a certain point you stop needing the flat solar panels and you can skip straight to the standing ones. Turn the lights off. I'm going to leave the door open in case the place loses power again. Hopefully the door doesn't close again. And leave that connected. Now, I didn't actually show you the rest of the space, but there's a bunch of stuff that can be accessed over here. This corner has some things that can be looted. Those can be scrapped, obviously. Nope, definitely looted. I'm going to just pull this off the edge. Just because I could. Your straps. I'm overloaded. All right, that is suggestive that I'm going to take for you long way around. All right, I'm chewing battery, but that's it. I'm going to take, actually, I'll take this short. Close this door then, so I don't have to come back up again. Trying to close this door. Alright. Walk the body, don't shake the head. Yeah, I know. This ladder comes out in the dock.
Keep the floor clear, keep systems
Yeah.
powered, and they will supply what you need.
Yeah. All right. Stroke back down to the belt. Recycler. Put our junk away. Here we go. Here we go. Do you have anything that's blue? You do not. I still have not found any blue. I think those beds are the place you go to get the blue, the rare items. And since I'm not dismantling that bed, I don't have any rare items at the moment. Right, nothing left here but the goo. Memories. Thanks for the memories. And the crud, the actual crud, and the electrical grenades. I'm gonna stash the grenades because again, I'm just not very good at aiming. So I guarantee I will throw those grenades away. They will bounce off walls. They will bounce into me. Swing through you. He's getting full. Here we go. So the four most common, most useful ones are here. Copper is there. It is also very useful, but it's also very heavy. And then they're going to get slightly less common and less, well, at least at this point, less requested as we go. There, top you off just like, right. This battery in the connectors, it is just about full, probably about as full as it's going to get. So we're going to disconnect it and leave it here. I'm going to do the same with, it's got a little bit left, but not a lot. The boat tank should be full by now. These are the extra canisters we found that we dropped in. It'll leave just a little bit behind. So, those off in here. You're turned off. You're connected, but that's okay. Turn off the lights. And leave that door open just because. Leave this door open. And quick backup. I'm actually going to back up to an empty slot. So this is me just about to leave. And now it's offering to back up to slot 2. Click back up to slot 2. Nice. So 2.5 hours. That's not bad, actually. The first time I did a completist run, it was 4 hours spent here, breaking down literally everything. Sorry, this is why the ladders are, this particular staircase is a bit of a pain in the butt. I close that door. You see, I left all sorts of things out here. They said we're coming back. Who knows? I repaired everything to the best of my ability. I think that I suspect there may be some wear and tear on things. I'm going to leave these on. I'm going to turn this light off. I'm going to leave the door open. In fact, I wonder if you could wedge the door open. So like if power went out and the door auto closed, would it rebound off whatever you wedged there? Oh, I don't think we need to try that. Take this ladder down. Now we are as set as we are going to be. Going to the bolt pistol, the petrol generator. I suspect we're going to need those eventually. The Ani spark cell. This says electric equipment battery. I think this is the backup battery. Maybe it expands your battery. All right. I've never been able to get that. I'm going to do the pistol just on the off chance that I desperately need it. And I'm going to do I'm going to hold off on anything else. I have plenty of skill points. We don't need to build a recycler or fabricator at the moment, nor do I need to break one down. So, small electric generator. Generates electricity from petrol. This is a small petrol canister. It holds petrol. It's a small petrol generator. So this could go on the boat for a variety of reasons. I'm not going to do that yet. I need to do my enhancers. I'm do one into everything. And I have 7 left. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bring my hydraulics up. Now I have 5 left. I could do 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. I have 1 left. All right. That would throw off the neatness of my numbers. So it's just going to stay there for the moment. It looks like instead of giving you 10 when you hit level 5, it gave you more. For whatever reason.
Systems powered, and they will supply what you need. Cockpit systems include navigation,
What are you doing?
diagnostics, and the Pico terminal. Use the terminal to manage routes, track inventory, and read or send logs when the signal allows. Your FS-204 is not just transport, it is continuity, built for persistence. Treat it with precision, and it will carry you through whatever awaits. Caretaker.
Okay.
Of your vessel. FS-204 platform runner, designed by
Now,
Smart Ships GmbH. This frame is your workspace, your logistics link, and your home between platforms.
you are going to come with me because you're very long and I need long cables. Okay. That was just about that. All right. That cable. Break down this. Put it back together if we need it. Keep the decks clear, the nice man said. All right. Come up here. Release the cables. That cable either I never connected it or I released it already. And you're going to back up to slot 2. Unlock that. Actually, we're going to top ourselves off with our little edible batteries. Right trigger to use. There we go. All right. And there is a ladder right here that takes you up to the poop deck. You know what these are called? I don't know. All right. The Pico station. These you'll find everywhere. They have a basic set of interactions. This is another place where I really wish that the colors could be changed. This is the security camera. This is me looking at the camera. This is what I look like. Aren't I cute? This is the inside of that platform that overlooks the dock where the 2 batteries are and the power is coming down from up above. And they're different views based on what's within range. Log data. Every time you pick up a memory, you get a log and you can read these at your leisure. They're quite nice. However, there's not enough contrast between the font, the letters, and the background, which makes them very difficult to read. The font is also about 2 steps too small, even on my laptop screen, and I'm sitting a comfortable distance away. So you play with them as you like. Space is empty. I don't know what that probably comes later. Your survival guide. This is where it really annoys me that the font is set up like this, because this is important information about all of your bits and pieces, about your enemies, for example, and it's difficult to read. All right. And quests again. Look at how tiny that font is. What kind of screen you got to have in order to read that? Anyways, That's the Pico station. You can also come here if it tells you, if you hit a door apparently and it tells you you need some sort of code or security code, sometimes you can get them from wherever the Pico station is. This is the map, but it's easier to read. At the moment, we don't have any awareness of where we are or where we're going, so it's kind of useful, or kind of not useful, but you can add markers, and eventually this fills out, obviously. Here is our lovely boat dock, and it gives us all of our bits and pieces. You got your weather, you got your time. The sun is going down, obviously. It is about to, of course it is. It is also telling us we're using just a little bit of power. We're at 94% kilowatts. Our diesel is full. There's no rock because we're not moving. I'm guessing that is how fast we're going, the direction we're facing, the date, the wind, all of the weather bits. I think the reason that it's telling us we're still drawing a little power. Two things draw power at the moment. The first is the lights. Can't do anything about that. The other is the devices like the fabricator and the recycler. And I need to often just not by much. Your glass, your plastic, and that. Now I took it. I didn't put it in. And I have that gas cable in there. That's fine. I intended on making 4 more electric batteries, and you can also at this point make 3 more diesel batteries, but I don't know if you want to. Okay, this at the moment doesn't do anything that's useful. It's something about having to do with saltwater intake and output. This is a collection net. You drop it down the back, it'll collect resources for you as you go. So we want to do that before you go anyway. And apparently, I am the kind of person who wants to go driving in the Wild Blue Yonder at nighttime because I can. I'm a robot. I can see in the dark, right? Right? Oh, there's a door here. Or there looks like there should be a door there, but there isn't. I guess they're just handlebars. I just thought you'd want to be able to close the door. All right. We pilot the boat. We are anchored, it's telling us. Actually, I need to go get breakfast. I'm going to take 5 minutes. I promise I'll be back. And I won't leave you listening to the nice man. Well, oh, the nice man is getting out at the time. So let's. Well, the sun's coming up again. Day-night cycle is awfully fast. We're gonna just leave him just talking to himself the whole time. Maybe I should have turned. Where? Okay.
This vessel is more than just machinery. It's your refuge, your home now. Sail forth, Caretaker. Reclaim the waters humanity once commanded. The path is uncertain. Restoring navigational relays will illuminate our way. Beacon 49, eastward, should be your first step.
All right. She's given us more instructions. And the soundtrack is having its moment. We'll let it.
You'll need to master basic crafting skills and generate your own resources to survive. Begin by fabricating a Lumalite solar panel.
All right. The green blinky things will not hurt you unless you pick a fight with them. The red blinky things are in fact mines and will blow up the ship. So I'm going to go around those in front of us. The left joystick is both speed and direction. Keep my speed fairly slow. Actually, I don't want to go backwards. I want to come to a graceful stop. Good. Okay. I'm going to step away. Step away. Step away. Exit vehicle. Exit vehicle. Exit vehicle. There we are. All right. I'm going to park it here for a moment. You can see out the back there. It's essentially a mechanical shark, and it's green, so it won't mess with you unless you mess with it. But up here, or we could King of the World it. We could go up to the front there. Oh, Leonardo. That I suspect is some sort of little critter that is going to want to attack you or spawn things that will attack you. But I'm going to leave it for just a minute. And for just a minute. And we'll get breakfast because this is fun. For some more. But you don't need to listen to me chewing. My phone and be back in a second. All right, we are back. I'm playing Last Caretaker. And in a second. Swallowing the last of my breakfast. Okay. So we're on top of the roof of the boat. That the little red thing that floated by had resources in it, but we're okay for now. Oh, on our way to something called Beacon 47. Beacon 49, pardon me. There is something called Sanctuary Dock 37 offside. Now, I don't know if there's a way to auto drive. I came to a complete stop when I walked away from the computer because I don't know if there's a way to auto drive. Does the marker? That's what there's a sort of a shadow. Oh, of course it's raining. Well, sort of a shadowy thing off to the side. Can't see it in the weather, but all right. I end up going backwards somehow. Later. Okay. Okay, so vehicles are often the death of me. They have something over here with the express purpose of getting you to stop and investigate it. I've seen people do it. It usually means more pink slime. Do I want to go through the fuss and bother? Let's see. So I'll put that. What happens if you exit vehicle? Exit? Exit. Exit? There we are. Right. He really wants me to go after one of these things. The game is trying to be helpful. Where did it go? Those things. There. Okay. Marked. We're gonna take all of it, and now it is going to sink. And we're gonna jump back on our boat real quick. I do not know what that is. It could just be a tire, which reminds me. This net will tell you how full it is. It's 15, it holds 15 kilograms, so you might as well drag it in every now and then. And it gives you all sorts of scraps. So the buoys give you materials, and the net gives you scraps. And I'm gonna take all. That's empty. Drop it back down again. You're not going anywhere. You're going to 3.2 out of 6. That's not cool. All right. I think this is what she meant by you need to make a solar panel now. All right, so having acquired some materials, let's go ahead and think about doing this. All right. So, fabricator. You've been turned off. All right, so let me take a look at my skills. I can't get to the big solar panel yet. So we're going to have to make the little ones or the little wind turbines. Let's do 2 little solar panels and 2 little turbines. Well, 3 little. Well, we'll see what we can. All right, so I think I've got enough power for that, or I think I've got enough stuff for that. So let's do all parts to Q, all parts to Q, all parts to Q, and all parts to Q. Let it think about that for a minute. The yellow icon is where we're going. Nothing seems to want to eat us. They say the boat doesn't go anywhere, like it'll auto anchor if you fall off it. That's another one of those things that I don't think we want to test that theory. Boy. Right, we're done. And I think I'm going to need a little bit of iron and a little bit. I'm going to split that and split that. And I'm going to take just about 5 plastics. And I think I'm going to need to make some connectors. I think that is plastic and iron. I should check that. Plastic and iron. Look at me knowing what I'm doing. All right. Not really. I'm going to build the wind turbines first because they are going to take up some space. All right. So which side is the connector on? Connector is on that side. The right trigger turns it quite a bit. Left trigger. You want to leave some space between things. Right. Well, I only did enough for 2. All right, then grab it. All right, let's cancel you. Okay. You and you. Now, let's see. Solar panel situation looks like. Rotate you so that you're all on the same side. And then reverse you on this side.
Good job. You've successfully learned to craft and produce resources.
Thank you. So, where no, no, and two, no, and two, to the here we go. And I'm now getting a piddly amount of electricity into my sad little. I'm being rude. Okay. Go ahead and connect the wire. That's in there. All right. So I think that's probably going to do pretty well for now. The standing solar panels track the sun and therefore are a little more reliable than the flat ones. In one place where I put the flat ones on the roof above the poop deck. It's not a poop deck, I'm calling it a poop deck for a good reason. Split, 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 split. I just got the each. Okay. Shimmy along here. And put that back in the way. Let me go in. Run into this thing, aren't I? Sail to navigation beacon 49. All right. That is not navigation beacon 49. Right, let's do the navigation beacon first. So with 2 diesel and 2 electric engines, we can get up to 23 kilometers an hour. Well, game kilometers, game hours. Do that. Diesel is going fast. Power's not all that better, really. Oh, this button here drops the anchor. At which point, all sorts of things shut off. Okay. I don't want to reach this place in nighttime. And also, I want to check my net again. All right. They're obviously putting out nothing. You're putting out static little event. There. Somebody said that the net slows you down. So you're balancing the resources you can get out of it with the fact that it makes you go slower. And this is a test theory. What I need is I need a box that I can put scraps into. And let's build a box by hand. And add all parts to cube. Ones are going into my inventory. I'm going to turn it off for a moment. Okay, so I'm now carrying the equipment for the box in there. And what I'm going to do, let's start that me down and better do. Go ahead and build a little scrap container. And it's up. Open container. And plastic types. There we go. So that will just be a holder for things that I don't want to turn the recycle on it for the moment. I can take them out again later on and do stuff with them. Okay. I do kind of want more electric engines, but I also know that that's going to draw the power down even faster. So I don't like this yet. The sun is coming up. It's time for our head and get started. It's a line of those thingies. I'm going to swing around all of that off to the right because I suspect that is the game giving me a warning. their roadmap for the game for early access included alternate vehicles that would allow you probably to get around a little faster. I kind of like the slow and steady. Yeah, burning through our diesel though, so we better get the electrical up to snuff. All right.
The beacon is here, silent and dark. The systems here sleep without power, and without their signal, we drift aimlessly. Bring back the power and awaken the beacon's voice to guide us forward.
All right. Now, she wants me to dock the freaking building. This is a phone bit ugly. Backwards. If you're going backwards, you need to shift. Right. Now, and backwards and to the right. Now we are going forwards into the left. Backwards away from the goalie thing. Away from the goalie thing. Away from the goalie thing. And so, thank you. Right. Right. It's the right direction. Okay, okay. Closer, closer, closer. All right. Yeah. And go. Just to the Please do. Please. I readjust the little throttle and just a little. Oh my god, you can see it. John's line. Well, because I keep hitting. I keep. That is wrong. We're gonna go backwards now. We're gonna go backwards now. No, we're gonna go the other direction. We're gonna go the other direction. We're gonna go backwards and then the other direction. We're gonna go backwards and then the other direction. Crap. I'm gonna blow myself up. That's what's going on here. That's what's going. I am just going straight at that thing. Turn, 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 turn. I'll bet you I don't have any power left. Shh. Okay. Exit vehicle. Yep. Am I anchored? No anchors. Oh, all right. ROI. We do not give me the keys to the car. Yeah. That is a mine. That will blow you up. There was another one in the back. All right. Where do I want to be? I want to be over there. Oh, my kingdom for an auto dock. And had a pissy fit over Starfield. They're like, you have to actually use see the button to dock thing. Yes, thank you. Backwards. Wrap on anywhere. Ain't got no power. This is going to take a while. A variety of reasons. One is that I am almost out of resources. The other is that boats are hard to maneuver. Let's go. You type anything no. Really? Next. All right. Go get another. Jump in the ship. Grab the fuel. Get back. Connect. Okay. Apparently, you also sometimes need to repair your ship. I'm just saying. No. You all right? And charging power. No, there's not mess with that. I think right. You were out. I was like, it did maybe. In. Oh, I know. Was it going faster? I couldn't tell. You're going to be take all. Okay. Right. Outlets over here. Yeah. Function right. Right. Pistol. All right. Right. Which side of the boat am I going on? Right. Staircase. That's right. See, these are supposed to, you're supposed to bumper into them. I don't know. They are not especially helpful. Where's my pile of shit over here? I don't know. Okay, fabric scraps and other scraps. And pile. And pile. And pile. So, I don't know if you'll get on me. All right. I'm just gonna live there for a minute. What about friend? Live there for a moment. All right. All right. You are simple. Listen, listen. Whack, 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 whack. Well, that was mortifying. All right. Let's see. Things are not going to be very well after him. Yeah. It's like you have something living inside you. So this is beyond the scope of the demo. I've seen it before on stream, but I have not been here. Well, I really don't know what all is out here. Mhm. Just leave it there then. Come back to you later. Well, I don't care. Doing this at night also may not be the brightest move. Yeah, that's a voodoo hickey. All right, you feel off. All right, obviously not gonna work. Okay, so I built a box staircase into this thing. Lighting and it is dark. Why am I thinking I don't actually here? Anyway, in the dark. Did I just knock the forklift? Right. Okay. Let's choose to write up. Like that and now. Okay. The soundtrack always knows. Now, you know what? We're going to hide until the soundtrack stops making that noise. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Okay. All right. We got no diesel left. We have a pathetic amount of electricity left. We are generating electricity. I think the first thing we want to do is build more turbines and more items. All right, let's just put everything away. And think about this. We are going to take fuel cable. If you electric grenades, although Lord knows what we're going to do with them. Is the soundtrack making that noise again? Okay. So that is sitting there like it wants me to come get it. I do need stuff. Save. I should have saved when we landed. You do. Turn off main power. Just don't do that right now. All right. More robot friend. My robot friend has an all staying as weird. I'm going to recharge the ship's battery a bit more before I get into recycling things. That is indeed. Right. So just making that noise again. So there are these little power leeches that like to hide in the shadows of things, like underneath docks. and apparently behind the rudder of the ship. And if they swarm you, life gets really interesting. Those are, or are those just scraps? Well, I regret this. Nothing's biting me. Nothing's pulling me down into the depths. No, interact. We are going to right click to take off. A little slower. There. Scraps? Those are scraps. Okay. All right. You can successfully swim just so the waves can go and not die. All right. Not what I wanted to do. What do you know about me? I'm occasionally vague on what is my right hand and my left hand. And will routinely, regularly, and with glee get the two mixed up. All right. Let's juice you just long enough. Do that. Do that. Do that. Forgive me, robot friend. You have no arms. Yeah. Well, I'm done. All right, we'll reset. You off. Open up. All right, I think we need one more each wind turbine and solar panel. So. All parts to queue. Not all parts to queue. Who can't access the standing solar? Still there. Okay. I tell. All right, level 5, down the bottom, I'm at 81%. Again, font is very tiny. And the contrast is not the greatest, but I'm at 650 out of 8. So, and there. In. Okay. Let's get you out. Back to the pistol. All right. You are building power. You are a robot friend. You are a doohickey or BC. You are a BC. You are more others. You it's not too bad. Probably didn't do the solar panel any good. It's thunder. And something really breaking. Okay. What is the immediate threats? If I had diesel fuel, this would excite me. All right. Plenty of my wind turbine. Here out of the rain until I'm ready to deal with you. You out of the rain too for no good reason. Keep your decks clear, he said. Yeah. Great. This may be a situation where I want to make sure that we are inputting and not equalizing. One of my mooring cables goes because you knocked loose later. Can I grab a forklift? All right, you're just gonna get in the way. Come on, here. All right. Won't add stuff in it. Oh, I didn't see you before. I do. Chris, Allison about. Right. Make energy while the sun shines. What do I need to do to. Hey, I killed you. I didn't kill you hard enough. Well, I can take care of that. Soup, slurped. You're dead now. You dead? Yes. All right. All right. You need fabric. You need fabric. You need fabric and plastic. Okay. Survey sets. Time to dismantle some crap. Fabric may be rough. What's that? Just one. Killed. Okay. It's relatively safe. Fire's a place to dump stuff. Move back off the edge into the bottom. Game loop is go to place, make power, investigate place. Need is in fact cities. Well, no, the diesel engine's no use without diesel. In fact, well, we've been off this whole time. How have we been sucking water if you've been off this whole time? And what the whole point of you? Is the button turned you off? Mm. Hey, chat, how's it going? Mine is it. What direction am I facing? All right. Use up the gold. And I'm going to deposit the goo. And I need fabric. Your rubber. Your fabric. Right. And I need to charge myself. Okay. It's raining again. I think the weather cycle may be a little over enthusiastic, to be entirely honest. Mm. That is all of the solar panels sorted for the base. Yeah. Generally, there, there, there. Here you have it. I don't even round. And going into there. Scraps. And I've reached level 6. Of course I have, because I just built the lousy solar panels and now I can build the good one. All right, this is what I want. And the storage box is found. Electric cylinder booster. Electric engine booster. Kind of different sort of diesel engine booster. What is there? That's basic. Is this attachment that goes on, or is it a? All right, there's all sorts of things in this tier, like fun. This is the water. This is a grenade. That's the medium battery. I want to get that eventually. All right, so or we can clear out some of these things because we're going to need them eventually. Let's just go with what we got at the moment. One into everything. And we have 8 left. So into all mastery, into hydraulics, and the battery. 4 left. Then we have 4 slots. All right. Okay. We can't forget to take our robot friend with us. And we go. Although I wonder if this might be an opportunity to build that recycle out here on the dock. And that'll be the end of it. Okay. Now, what is our battery at? Our battery is 57. Actually, let's do this. We may want more points. Let's not go. All right. Yes, actually, that's what we do. We're going to need a plug into that door as well. Let's do this one first and see what it looks like. Back to the boat and recharge our robot friend. Put her to the ring. I must have, yeah, I don't. All right. That's charged. You can come downstairs and we'll see what you actually do. You plug in just like a battery. Well, fuzzy, is this just an upgrade or does it do something different? Or is it the item with the upgrade and you have to make the upgrade and apply it to the others? All right. Okay. We should turn it off. Wow. Set. I might want to make a wind turbine or two. Yeah. Not what it takes to make a wind turbine. I think I do. I think I can. I think I can. Oh no, you do that. All parts to Q. Not all parts to Q. All right, so Right, I'm taking mini bags of that with me just in case. Right. No, no. That's the right side. Why the leeches come out at night? Mm, mm. I don't want to mess with the leeches. The leeches creep me out. I shoot the leeches for their biomatter. I do keep unknowing. Do not fall in the water. Maybe they only work or they're only necessary. Mm. I'm listening for the soundtrack to fire off and see if it's upset with me for being out after dark. I'm not, however, turning on my lights for the future. Oh, critters! Critters! Critters do not fall in the water. Critters. Not fall in the water. I've saved you, robot friend. They're not really that scary. I mean, if you hit them with your crowbar, you get got it. But I still haven't figured out some of my power management issues, so we're going to be cautious. Right, I guess this is coming up. The good thing about the beaches is they tend to vanish at sunrise. Those who don't like direct light. So another strategy is to tuck yourself into some place like this. They're the opposite of the pink slime. The pink slime is attracted to the light, the leeches are repelled by it. So the well-lit area is a safe area. I'm waiting for sunrise. There's the full moon. It's quite lovely. You've got sunrise. I could be off dismantling, but I'm not. Maybe the lights are red because the power is still not on. I need to get into that room and the switch. I mean, I could make a run for it. I did this in Dune too. You're like, don't go out during the day. And I'm like, that's fine. Like the desert, Arrakis will fry you. And I'm like, yeah, what? Oh, here's me. Right. You think there would be look at them. I vaporized in the daylight. Obviously, I'm vaporizing my piddly little flashlight. All right. And let's move ourselves. I mean, I think they're over here feasting on these things. Yes, you. All right. Here's stuff. Ooh, cable. All right. So I have brought my wings to build there and there. And here. And here. And there. And what? All right, so you just stop here. Okay. All right, let's see what we can see in here. Oh, kidding. No one for not turning cable. Honestly, I wonder if maybe the first thing you should be doing anytime you open a door is just make 5 cable. Now I'm going to take that off for a moment. Okay. Yeah, the cable. Use this patch. Oh, see, that's pink slime. That is a critter, a beastie. Slime in here? No, I am scaring it for the next room. No, you want be connected to that. All right. There we got. It's grading again. What's this? Seriously, gang? All right, fine. What is respawning, isn't it? Oh, come on, my little pink slimes. Whoa! Whoa! Okay, well, back to pistol. Wow. Yeah, it's into you. It's into you. Yes, that's into you. I never did make that backpack. I regret that when I made it. Soft. You're in the process of growing. Okay. Oh, look up, y'all. Always. It's gonna be too. It's still. Why do you not want to give people energy? Because it's going over there. Extra wind turbines. All right. We got stuff. There's another pasty in there. There's there's the diesel. robot friend. Moving back to the ship with me, robot friend. All right. Methodically work around the room. That turned on the light. And that will open up to the beastie. It's mutable. The beastie's not going to come out until I do open the door. So, until we get more power, let's just actually be honest, I would like to be able to connect them to the boat and charge the boat as well, but I think that might not be good. It involves disconnecting a bunch of stuff. It's something about you had to repair the boat every so often, but that was not activating anything. Mm. Okay. Let's think. I'm not thinking I'm gonna need copper, oil, and light. All right, I'm just take it with me. I'm sure what I need to do is charge and save. But, all right, we'll go into the save room. So jump off the boat. Okay. There's really no. You. Oh, is it? Okay, so let's do pistol. All right, that's secondary. That's fine. Okay, pistol away. That's I suspect we may get a visit from our leech friend. Actually, I'll make them that. Mm, okay. Right. So I could take wire if I had that much off to the side. Right. And that's back on. Pistol. Door. And there's just the beastie, but it was a big one. Right. It says invites. All right. Robot friend. Other battery. I think I'm standing on the roly poly, and that's why I'm maybe jerking around. What are you? Grab steel tube. Mm. Mhm. Attack. Right. Note. Robot friend again. Sorry, little robot friend, but needs must. All right, this says I can't get in until I'm at security level 3. Apparently, that doesn't happen until later on. That has a bunch of cool tubey things. A robot friend, not a light switch. All right. That's all. Oh, that looks like another motor. Oops. Tickets down in the corner where I might forget about them. You do them right away. I guess they're encouraging you to expand your motors in all opportunities. All right, that is downstairs. Now, one of my favorite YouTubers says shoot first, boot later. There's a bunch of stuff that has to get fixed and rearranged and done, including a bit that may be entertaining when I fall off the bridges and ladders and such. All right, you are the electric cylinder booster, which I also learned how to make, and which I also can't tell the difference between the regular and the not. All right. You're doing okay for life. Good. And no, um, um, okay. All right. What are you doing? You are inputting in kilowatt per hour. You are at 55%. I don't seem to be doing much else. All right, so I'm going to fabricate a splitter here. And I'm going to build my plastic dimension. I should probably have one too. Do you get anything when you're not moving? You do. All right. A lot, but you do some. All right. One. I'm sorry, robot friend. Take all. It was something that I didn't recognize that probably belongs in here. Zeke fuel. Can you put you in there? What happens with me? I always forget that I have grenades. I'm going to, I suspect there's a climb. And what happens with the climb, there's a thing at the tower that tops that needs to be. Yeah, we filled the copper. Right. Oh, we can build the bigger boxes. There's a thing at the top that needs to be handled, repaired. So let you gonna take roughly 10 of everything. If I can make them splits work. And hope that was enough. Split, split, make, split, split, make. I have right. I have rubber, fabric, plastic, iron, and glass. And then we need copper. Split, split, make. Now, uncommon materials. Split, 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 make, make, make. Or split five and split five. All right. So it's nighttime. I'll wait that out. I'm already off. Use a topic here on the bridge. It's not the bridge, it's the deck. The deck is out there. Are you getting any or not? No. It's beeping at me. All right. This is where I am. This is that thing that I passed. Maybe not investigate. The moon is up. Reading up, maybe. Okay. It's pushed on. Right, you are not charged. That's okay. Um, so charge it to that. And now I'm going to get a couple batteries. Right. That is a very obvious place to jump off. And there's something over there. There's some techie scraps. I don't know if I've got it in me. You are behind a locked door. Let's go with you. Are you? Which perhaps you are another power cable. You're a pico station on my batteries. You are items, which suggests that you are going to want me to. Those are materials. That suggests that you are going to want. Okay, it's locked, but it says missing requirements, Pico ID Beacon 2029. And the Pico terminal, acquire Beacon 49 authorization. Downloading, please wait. Authorization has been granted. Thank you for opening. Let me turn around before you opened. I appreciate that.
The communication array is damaged. Repair it, recharge the relay, and let the beacon speak again.
All right. It's all well and good. You're dealing with them here. Okay. Materials. Items. I think one of the things it likes you to do is to loot all available boxes, and that should give you items. Are you charging? Repair array, charge uplink. I think I'm going to need to take that downstairs. Let's do the array first. Yeah. What else is there? Why is the soundtrack doing that? Oh, because it's too heavy? Yeah, no. There are days. Okay. Mm, mm, All right. So we are going to drop, 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 and drop. Also drop you, and drop you. I'm not heavy anymore, and I can bring. All right. You are a ladder that must be climbed. Oh, you are a thingy that must be shot. There we go. All right. This is going to go badly. Oof. Good game. Yes. That's right. There are ladders. Sometimes you pass a little clips that drops the ladder. Not yet. Come on it straight up. You're jumping away. Well, that's just cruel. I mean, come on, game. Oops. 1, 2, 3, jump. Away. Oh, no, oh dear. Sorry, robot friend. All right. Hello. Hi, chat. I'm about to fall off a ladder. Do I grab the ladder automatically? I can't remember. Again. This is what we're gonna do. Look at my power is down to 0. Rude game. Well, never mind. I didn't want you anyways. All right. And we're going all the way back out. Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm actually going anywhere. On in. Yeah, that's these things are just not very powerful. All right, back to the boat. Your boat, but we're gonna have to drain you down again. All right. All right. So Either I mistimed my grab, or that's not how you do it. Question is, how would I figure that out? I do have to grab the ladder most times. You just stick to the ladder, or you get away. I want you to grab. How forgiving is it? And this bit is fairly forgiving. Alright, I did hit the button one extra time. I did not drop him off in the air. Okay. There's a ladder at the top. It allows me to drop you. Now I only have to do this once. Okay, and the fall doesn't kill me, it just sends me back to the ship. So, on the other hand, just to be sure. Make sure. If you bungee it. All right, I hit the button. I hit the button. All right. Now my doubt. All right, I hit the button. That's when I let go. So I think you don't hit the X button. Near the neighbors. I don't think you hit the X button. I think you just stick. What would be a useful piece of information? And I came back here for the heal station because this is also where the best source of electricity is. I am 240, so if I fell to my death, this would recharge me twice. Oh, happened here. Here's the upstairs save system. What's the one inside? Okay. You can be here for a little extra juice in case I miss. Right. Have faith in the game. The game is not actually trying to help me. Okay. So, I'm going to center ourselves. Up. There we go. Turn ourselves. And up. Extremely hot. And turn ourselves. And up. All right. Now, enter ourselves. Game up. Brilliant. Oh, goodness. All right. I'm going to jump and then take my finger off the button. All right. There's an extra hop on those, but if you hop on the ladder, it gets upset with you. Right. Not actually prompting me to enter, it's just giving me the option. All right. Jump once. Do not hit X afterwards. Definitely do not hit A. Oh, my heart. Turn me off. Thank you. All right. Go down so I don't have to do this again. All right. Good luck, friend. I feel you. Please tell me about everything. Yes. Okay. All right. Enter the ladder. Listen to you. The clouds have parted. Bye, robot friend. Enter. You would X to enter. You weren't A. I was jumping an extra time. That's what's going on. Okay. That's what was going on. I need to remember my robot friend is there. Guys, it was just gonna be dangly like a wire. Solid ground. With a battery. My emotional security battery. Go back downstairs. Okay. You in here. You actually, you're not actually doing anything. Yes. In here. Look off and back. So, build 5 cables. It's whatever else has to happen up here. All right, that's all my junk. Charge uplink. That's that extra. You need to be connected to you. All right, 25 cables. No. Yeah. Is flowing. All right, so now the fun begins. All right. And I are the boat. Both of the same object. So here, jump down here, and okay, or I'm at the extension point of the cable. That's juicy. I don't much so. Wait a minute. Why are you doing that? Rude. I needed you in top condition, and this is how you repay me? Ability 50%. I mean, mistake. It's whether it makes sense. Same time. This is why. Oops. Classic. Yes. Oh, I need to save. Oh crap! I need to save. Looks like something that could probably be shot at. My gun is 50%. Is it too far away? No. They're all, you know, blown up and go away. All right. Repair tool. I'm trying to do too much with too little here. Sure. Now, put that back. All right. I need to be back. Equalizing. Those flickerings, that means one or two things. One is that things are not repaired properly, which is possible, and the other is that that equalization issue. Not equalizing. Right. Make you happy. I'm sure there's a, the actual reason why it's doing that, but attempts to make it better, essentially, by fidgeting with the power output options. I think maybe a waste of well, a waste of energy. All right, so what we should see when we get up here is infoing liberation nominal. I think that means we can flip the switch.
The relay is alive again. Data streams freely, revealing paths once hidden. Beyond these waters awaits the Lazarus Complex, humanity's greatest hope. Seek it out, Caretaker.
Right. Just saying go to the Lazarus complex. which is Italy. Italy? It's that way. On the map, it is over here. So there's a solar array here. The line is the direction, the line going down because my stupendous parking jump. There's a fuel depot, there's a solar array farm, and there's the land complex. And then if I remember the streams that I saw, probably this is an underwater space that we may or may not be good to. Let's make sure we dock this out. Good. Did I just like get turned around going in entirely the wrong direction? I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible. In fact, it's very likely. All right. I'm overweight. So back the ship. Most anything that is going to spawn a beastie is gone by now. And we have better power. I'm still not charging the way I want to. I think I need the better solar panels to match the wind turbines. So I put it away. Needs to be put away because that is, unless we need cables. That be finished. Nope. Yes, we have good. Nope. Okay. We do not need gold. Where? Grass. Fabric. Bleach. That. Okay. Let's sure clear out the inventory. If I have this extra display screen from somewhere, it's fine. All right, these are upgraded engines. These are our panels. These are our better store types. Which I want to get to eventually. Maybe I'll build one just for the copper. We'll do that later. All right, so first things first, let's do better. Yeah. All right, I'm going to say add missing parts to human. And then add all parts to human. I want at least 2 of them. Leave you to do your business. Chat through. Oh, all sorts of stuff in here. Good to know. The net fills even when you're sitting still, as long as you're not sitting in the dock where there's literally nothing drifting by. You press the right joystick to collect all. I should put the fruit box over in this one because it is useful. Done. It's not. You are going to be so what looks like scraps over here. Right. Well, no, because you're going into the recycler. So you can have the recycler recommended. All right. There you go. Oh, what? You're all with me. I need some fabric. This is neat because it tells me how much I have a thing. I need fabric and glass is a particularly good thing to have. All right, so what we are going to do is we are going to grab cable over there, attach remove a line. Oh, I can pick you up. I can remote it. I could take you upstairs. I don't think I'm going to be able to get you onto the roof. Mhm. No. All right. Oop. We're going to dismantle you and get our bits back. We have our dogs outside. Okay. Cable. Cable. Okay. Dismantle. All right. Let's walk through this. We have two windmills over here. We have okay. Let's move a solar panel right here. Cable. Connect this. We're connected there. All right. I can put one here and one there, which is a bit lopsided, but we don't care. There. Cable. All right. You give out. You do output 4 kilowatts an hour. You do output half a kilowatt an hour. Well, no, this wind isn't really. So that is that. And we need one more solar panel if we can get it over on the side. Is that good? We did. Oh, turtle parts to Q. And that. And it. And it. Welcome back for this. Now, I've seen people say that if you just come up here and build without dragging the stuff around, it'll slurp it up from downstairs. I believe it. I've seen it happen, but here's the thing. This gives me a little bit more control over the process. So Right, so let's catch the sun. There we go. All right. We'll go back in the cables. It says, all right, 66%. All right, whatever we did is working. Turns and stairs. Okay. Now the great breakdown begins. Just to say, we need to break down just about everything in the joint and then undo it. And we'll start with our poor little robot friend up there. I'm crouching. Mm, mm. Okay, let's take the ladder and get up to where our robot friend is without falling toward you. Where is robot friend? Robot friend is on the wrong side of the ladder. Hold on. There's no way to get to him from the top. We have to come out, I think. All right, we're gonna have to parkour it. Okay. We're going to top out. Sneeze. All right, so if I fall to my doom, it won't hurt as much. Okay. Okay. Right. And aiming at ladders, do not hop. And aiming at platforms, hopping is encouraged. Keep moving forward. Okay, now, how do I get you underneath? There's no, I have to throw something at? I don't think throwing a glow stick at him is going to help. Change you? No, no, no. Jump back. That's not fun. I don't want to do that again. How badly do I want our robot friend? I don't think that throwing a glow stick at our robot friend is going to do any good. I don't think the taser. Oh, it worked. I'm sorry, robot friend. All right, aim where you want to land, and you go in a straight line. Ah, ah. Going down is even less fun than going up. Also, I'm crouching again. Okay. You better be worth the trouble, robot friend. All right. Over here. There's stuff at the very top. And climb back up to get it. I think one of the reasons the game appeals to me is that You get to clean everything up. And it's kind of like Power Wash Simulator. And you get to rebuild it again. All right, you're all neat and tidy. For this area, I'm going to check the menu. I need to find out. You get experience points when you dismantle things, anytime you gather a resource. The thing about dismantling is you're gathering the tech scraps. Looting, you're gathering the tech scraps. You get another round of energy when you get things out of the recycler, it seems, because that is when power-ups or level ups tend to fire off. Oh, there's another beacon down there. I get to it from here. Well, I'm obviously not jumping off the roof, but that is back there. Okay. Mantle. I suspect that when you leave places, they begin to delicately degrade on you. And that so undoing the wires, turning off the lights, and disconnecting things may actually be the smartest way about it. Even though right, you were a direct line, did I put down and it right. Undo move for the moment. And fabricator. Paused, missing iron. Sorry. There for a moment. And I'm almost up to yeah. Bring things down with me. Yeah. I don't want to go back to the ship too often. Oh, part one. Okay. Yep. Right. It almost looks like the ship is almost done. Probably because it has two solar arrays pumping into it. So we can be a little less concerned about this. Do I have another solar panel? Oh, those are the ones that I took off of that I took apart. Ooh, I want to add something else in here. And that would be from here. Oh, I still don't have the iron. Okay. Okay. Some iron. Pink. Iron. What's my plastic situation? Oh, no. Any plastic either. But plastic. Right. Send a boat. To here. There. And we need another solar panel. Waiting for a logic chip. Build me. Why does he build that backpack? Okay. You were a logic chip. I've built the solar panel just as the sun goes down. We recognize the irony. Right. But it's there in writing for the morning. So build that backpack. Yes, kitten. Kitten. Kitten's not going to chew on my thumbs. Kitten is going to be a good kitten and kitten will get head scratches and chin scratches. All right. All right. I'll take minutes. And I will give my kitten her attention. And she is going to not eat the controller. Do you not eat the controller? You don't eat the controller. Good kitten. It's okay. You can look at the controller. You can watch the controller. But you can't eat the controller. No. No. Bad kitten. Eat that beef. Don't eat that either. All right. Let me see. I'm going to just come in, pop you off. And my diesel and system is poor. It is poorly. Yep. To do that. Stop that kitten. Kitten. Well, dear steel students, please consider cat proofing your wires in your base. What does this do? All right. Functions. Quit. Okay, it's gone into the same area as the item. Do I need to charge you? Connect spark cell. Oh no, that connected to the this one. Holds the Y button to connect it to the spark cell, which I can't tell if it's doing anything. How do I know if it's doing anything? All right. All right. I'm not seeing electricity moving, so maybe it was folding in. Just so, wait a minute. All right, so what does this do? Seems like it's charged. Okay. Love it. Love it, kitten. Johnny sparks out. If I knew what my kilowatt hours was before. All right. State. I'm at 100%. A little bit of extra weight, but that's been carrying solar panels and tech scraps. Mm, that's a little okay. I think it's there. I think in concept, it's an extra battery. In practice, I have no idea. You've been there that whole time? Right. You are not exactly junk, but junk until we can build another box. All right. Let's go back on board. Yeah, purple over that. Okay. So, well, no, I'm working my way down, which means that this is next. What just popped off? You've gone quiet. Oh, I wonder if you're fully charged. Operation nominal. Mm-hmm. All right. Let's maybe do the roof last. Food resource backpack. All right, let's dismantle some stuff. I don't think I'm going down as much as I was. No, I did pop out that. Electric resource backpack. All right. I mean, I guess it's snazzy, but good part of the landscape. Yeah, fabric. Yeah, resource. I missed the first time. I'm gonna that down. Back down. Dismantle. That's it, kitty. You keep an eye on things, but you don't need them. What's that? If you don't believe I can see you when you're eyeing that, yes, that's it. You turn your back on it. It's okay. Good girl. Good kitten. Tail is twitching just a little. You have to say, I don't actually trust you, you know. Lots is left. Oh, I was gonna try and do extra power. That's it. But, We need to dismantle. Actually, let's just go ahead and connect to Bonnie Spark Cell. Ritual cell. Charging the cell. Now I'm going out again. Okay, I need to put that away. All right. Connect. Connect to cell. All right, yeah. Okay. I have a Lily now. What does that do? Use backpack. Oh. It's maybe not. All right, so I'll bet you if I come back in here, yes, it's been drained down a little. It's been drained down just a little. Okay, so it's like a portable battery. But in order to recharge, you have to connect yourself to it, which is a little fidgety. All right. Can be done if you remember you have it on. Okay, the sun has come out. Let's take a look at the roof. I thought the roof was mostly good. Right there. An alloy frame. All right. Where was the blue was over there off the side with let me check the line. That is the mine that kept trying to hit me. Right. The downside of the backpack is that it's now in a spot with muscle memory to get at the with the other tools. It needs to be adjusted, but that'll do it. All right, we're done. You're done. You're done. I think we need to leave this on because I think as we're doing things, it is talking to the bench. And drop down here. You get caught on something, and you get back to the business. Wonder if you can attach the backpack to the pistol, and then you don't have to worry about the pistol draining and dry. You can see I'm going to need a box for a second. You're going to need to be sorted. Okay, so let's go ahead and say add all parts to queue. Now, attach. Ow. That's entirely unnecessary, and I do not appreciate it, Fox. Oh, catch you. Not going to drop you on a head. And you down there. Now we should be able to build a big box up where the two small boxes were. Um, yeah, you. Here's my problem. You are only half full. And now I have somewhere to dump and this. Okay. And I'm here. Deposit, deposit, deposits. And I'm gonna give you an icon or kind of icon says bits and pieces. Mm, doesn't make you not sure what that icon is supposed to be, but now you are things to build things, and you're just empty. That's fine. Put an empty one up there, and you are the copper. You are the occasional text scraps. And I have reached level 7. This is why you always want to clear out these things, I guess. Oh, now you're full, are you? Yeah. Okay. Put everything away. You can be a extra inbox. Let's stick it to the wall so it can just live there for the moment. I guess I could switch these two since this one never had anything in it. I back. Got polyurethane in there and polyurethane down there. Here we go. Oh, polyurethane is heavy. You know, you can just be, for completeness sake, you should be. Yeah, right. And that's it right there then. Okay. There, that's sorted. Um, it appears to be raining and I need to recharge. I think what I'll do is I'll only charge the backpack when I'm going into things. And then the rest of the time, I'll just draw it down as it comes. So, I'm going to take the right weight. We've done most of the top floor, which means we have to start being down here. Hey, chat, how's it going? Oh, 5 hours. Let's maybe finish up here. Clear things out. And then take a break. And come back later. Stuff downstairs. There's stuff in here. Oh, robot friend. Goodbye, robot friend. Okay. Tool. Backpack. Move back. Next to self. Switch mode self input. It's about all we're getting out of it. Okay, so I think I needed to charge it again. I spent all the tech bits. And call that a day. Oh, to connect to self. Connect to backpack. It is equalizing. We want it to input. No, why are we going down? Input self. Okay. Grab cable. Move to cable. Let's see. Looks like it's input. Right. Cable midway. Backpack seems to be full. I'm thinking. Oh, that's completed. Oh, I leveled up. And I make the medium battery? No, I make a purifier. I mean, I'm sure it'll be filling once we get to it, but I want the medium battery. And I'm hell away from that. Okay. Dump my junk. It's okay. I'm gonna need that overflow of iron in a minute. You're gonna be overflow with yeah. Let's do this. Let's take you all of right. That's my overflow for iron, such as it is. I do want to put out my all right. I have 7 left. Move these up to 10. And then I have 3 left. I'm going to move this up to that, and that is finished now. Right. Finger pistol, I'm not even remotely. I got the bolt pistol. I could make it. Why, that is good for distant shots when the taser won't do. Rock. Just roll with something. Okay. All right, we're not getting in the water at the nighttime, but we can go back in and finish up in there. Clear. Are you due? Where did you come from? Have you been there that whole time? I'm so sorry. I meant get rid of all you. Seems a bit much. Mm-hmm. Other places that the goo might be out. There's a robot down here, but I took it away. There's the stuff on that. Okay. Okay. I'm going to. I got some of these back in the corner. You know, they can go. Yep. And get into that room. So, to that. Is that right? Is that right? I'm not doing things like that. It's like that. And you off. I think less food in place if we, like open doors. To that great open hole in the ceiling. All right, it's all cleaned out. That just leaves that room and right there. You only open from the outside. And then we get into the stuff on the edges. And it's second battery. I think the battery backpack would be more useful if it just straight up attached to it and then was just extra. Because the way it is now, please. The way it is now, it's kind of fidgety. I guess they wanted to be a certain amount of flexibility, whether you connected it to the gun or connected it to yourself. It's just kind of wibbly. What else is in the office? I don't need you making that noise. That you was going past the dark bit of the top. All right. Not for this. Okay. Why? I can start familiar with that. Just too late. Just too late until until it's like the octopus or something. It just drags you down into the depths. That God, really. It may they used to have flat health. Right. I mean, when I was writing, Here, people. This is press. Yes, it's press. All right. I am 35% of the way to level 8. Level 8 is where the medium battery lives. All right. That pretty much full on the electric loop. Of course, we haven't had to test that theory by moving while using the wind turbine and such, but such is life. Okay. Staircase, you're still empty. I do have a back that I needed to get to. And that's good. Something about like a jet ski or something. That would crack me up because then you would just sort of you could anchor the boat and just leave them bobbing around out there. You'd be like telling the sharks, remember where I parked. Yes. Engine again. We face things neater than the family. It's not that. Right. You don't have a back. You know, they're just closed. See any doors up. We are just decorative. Her matters. I mean, that's nice. Okay. Yes, this is extra. Bringing electricity. With the torch. Here we go. Reasons. Cut away. Easily. And bring on fire. To the point where I'm okay leaving some of this behind. As long as it's not, I mean, pure plastic, I don't take all of it. Rubber, we seem to have quite a bit of. I'm not using it for much at the moment. You are just part of the. Are they legit named fart? Because that would amuse me. Anything up top? And There's often something creepy in the water. So right. If you jump up there the wrong way, you got stuck on the roof. What is that noise? I'm supposed to be that impressed by the. I mean, that was a bit much soundtrack. Honestly. That's what I'm gonna have to do. Yes, it's an alternate way up to. Well, you could go in through the top. Okay, so you don't have to fight the critters inside. Well, you will eventually, but if you come up here and you come up this ladder, this door is open. Where's the hole in the ground? There's a hole up here. There's critters up here. There's beasties up here. I fought my way up. You could fight your way down. Where's the door? Yeah. Is that? I think this is the way you're meant to go. You're meant to come up here, sneak around the side, come down here, and then start turning things on from in here. Which, we already did that, so the soundtrack can be happy now. Okay, I'm going, soundtrack. All right, there are two ways in. There's a front door and a back door. What the fuck? It really wants me to count the door. I'm so sorry. Either that or I got tired of listening to me talk to myself. And it was like, we be kicking up the soundtrack as a subtle hint to go home now. Okay. I am going to disconnect you. Could you go up this side as well? No, not really, because there's no way up from here. There is, however, lootable stuff. Definitely. I guess this is here in case you parked on the wrong. Put that back. Get on the ladder. Oh. Unless you park on the wrong side. Oh, I hate you, game. Dude. And me without power. The backpack's a bit extra. And if it's going to get in the way of me grabbing ladders, then we're going to have words. All right. This is what I was trying to. I wasn't there. more stuff. I guess if you park on the wrong side, it wants to give you some ladders so you can get back around to the right side. That's probably where we were. If you don't want to swim, you come up here. And the soundtrack is very excited. See now, maybe because I was low on power and it knew. All right, you're going in there, you're going in there. You can stay. You can stay. Right. I think that's it. Why aren't you connected? That's Marisa. All right. 5.6 out of 6. That's fine. Okay. I'm going to click back up to slot 2. And I'm going to back up to slot 3. And that's where I'm going to call it for the moment. I'm going to get... All right. The button that I assume is going to pull up the menu is not working on the controller. So I'm going to go ahead and exit from here. All right. So I'm going to go get lunch. And then I'm going to come back later because this is the kind of game that I can really go to town on. Honestly, I've played long hours on games like this before, so I will be back later and we'll see. Oh, it's only 1 p.m. No, it's noon. It's not even 1. I will see you later. In the meantime, thanks for watching.